So we are pleased. It's been a very exciting conference since we started. Colleagues started dropping on Tuesday. It's been just excitement upon excitement. And today promises to be no different, even as we have the official, formal opening ceremony of the conference. As we usually do, want to start with some presentations. And to be the first or to moderate this session, I have with me the beautiful Dr. Med Elikem, and I am Abeku Hammond from Ashanti. We will be moderating, and we'll start with the first presentation from East Cantonment Pharmaceuticals Limited. Please, let's give them a round of applause even as they come. And also, our colleagues have joined online, but you know that the sweetness of the pudding is in the eating. So we are on site, we are going to have a lot of things to enjoy. Can we have the projection even as East Cantonment starts with their presentation? Thank you very much. Colleagues, take your seats. Please come right in front. A lot of seats in front for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. A pleasant good morning to one of the platinum sponsors for this year's annual general meeting for the Ghana Medical Association. I'll be speaking to the topic, Advancing Cardiovascular Care in Ghana, Partnering for Life-Saving Innovations. Can the technical team please assist with the slides? All right, so for East Cantonment Pharmacy, since 1992, we have grown into one of Ghana's leading healthcare providers. Next slide. With a nationwide retail and wholesale network, as well as over 250 professionals delivering authentic, affordable, and accessible healthcare. Our mission is simple: to provide reliable health care solutions through quality service, innovation, and professionalism. And for the non-pharma division, we continue to support through medical devices, diagnosis, and hospital supplies, strengthening healthcare efficiency through innovative logistics. We are working with our partners such as Medtronic, Kangui, BDGE, and also Philips. Like we mentioned, our focus is on the cardiovascular disease spectrum. The burden of these diseases continue to rise in Ghana. We continue to see increasing incidence of hypertension, for diabetes, for obesity, as well as sedentary lifestyles. Indeed, majority for specialist care and management. Then limited access to advanced facilities where these interventions can be done with the support of advanced specialists. Then the gaps in continued care. So these challenges are real and continue to be with us. Next slide, please. So it's important that once we are dealing with cardiovascular disease, we need to understand the heart and how it functions, and what are some of the problems that would occur. So let's picture the heart as a house, all right? There are mechanical problems, all right? And for these mechanical problems, we can use agents such as beta blockers, ACE inhibitors to manage them. These are typically problems relating to the heart, its chambers, and its vessels. Now, beyond medicine, when medicine have gotten to the extent that it can reach, then there's a need for interventions such as valves. These valves help blood flow around the heart. All right, so chambers, vessels, as well as valves, that's where we can have these valves coming into place. Then there are the electrical problems relating to conductive and the pumping mechanism of the heart. In that case, agents such as antiarrhythmic drugs, these agents would help put the heart into the right rhythm again. Beyond medications, we have these cardiac devices, which are pacemakers. Now, these pacemakers help fix these heart problems such that you have the right cardiac rhythm in place again. The last is challenges relating to plumbing problems, where we have stents as well as other implants that keep the vessels open. Our solutions include CRM devices. These are pacemakers like I've talked about. And then we also do have stents, like I've mentioned, relating to the plumbing problems, and then other interventions such as valves and stent grafts. Beyond East Cantonment's pharmacy making these solutions available right here in Ghana, we provide technical service support. Okay, so we have, in partnership with our partners, we make technical support available. We continue to train specialists across the country, particularly cardiologists and cardiac surgeons. And then we continue to partner, enhance partnerships to allow for expansion of cath lab capacity in Ghana, particularly in Accra. As we speak, we continue to partner with more of these cath labs to ensure that we have improved access for cardiovascular care and cardiovascular interventions. There are more marketing initiatives that are still ongoing, all in the effort to drive awareness when it comes to cardiovascular disease, and also ensure that there's early referrals, which is very important to mitigate the risks of the impact in terms of morbidity and mortality for these conditions. Next slide, please. Great. So just a deep dive. For pacemakers, we have the single chamber, dual chamber pacemakers. The purpose of these is to increase or improve the slow heart rhythm, and the overall goal is to maintain adequate heart rates for these patients, as well as improving their quality of life. The next section are the ICDs. These agents ensure that you are preventing sudden cardiac arrest, particularly for those with very fast heart rhythm. And the goal is to ensure that we're giving you life-saving therapies for patients at risk of fatal cardiac arrhythmias. The next are the CRTDs. So again, these are different spectrums of devices that we have available. These ensure that we are giving you heart pumping efficiencies, particularly for patients with heart failure. And the goal is to improve symptoms, improve exercise tolerance, and also overall survival. So again, all of these are available through our partners at East Cantonment's pharmacy, non-pharma divisions. We have our stand outside of this building to your right, where we are offering free screening as part of our drive when it comes to cardiovascular disease management, particularly for patients who have cardiac rhythm problems. Next slide, please. So, like I did mention, please, can I have your attention? As I did mention, the challenges are enormous, all right? The availability for cardiovascular intervention specialists, as well as the availability of these facilities, are limited, all right? The implantation centers, centers where these innovative interventions are happening, are limited, mainly to urban areas. But we are proposing some solutions for national impact. We are saying that we need to establish regional cardiac centers. I mean, not limited only to Accra or to Kumasi. Every region deserves a cardiac center that is well equipped with the right technology and also the requisite specialists to perform cardiovascular interventions like we've discussed. Again, there's a challenge of cost. I mean, the cost of a single pacemaker is not something an individual, your average Ghanaian, can readily afford. So what we are saying is we are advocating for government to put in some subsidy programs. And here we are highlighting Mahama Cares for consideration, specifically for support when it comes to pacemakers and coronary interventions, because these are life-saving. Like we did establish, cardiovascular diseases are and still the leading cause of death for most of the patients we are seeing as doctors, even across all the other specialists. So we need to drive the advocacy. At the round tables, at the government level, at the ministry, these interventions are necessary so we can help our patients on a daily basis. Beyond managing the cost, training is important. As we speak, very few specialists are able to handle these kind of implants as well as make these stents available to indicated patients. So there's a need to train more patients, and this training should have a national character. So national training initiatives are needed for cardiologists and for cardiac surgeons, and this should include hands-on workshops, all right, as well as stimulation labs and mentorship programs. Beyond the initial care, there's a need for follow-ups, all right, because these are chronic conditions. They live with the patients for as long as they are alive. So there should be an implemented remote monitoring system where patients can be tracked by their doctors, by their specialists, to make sure that they are meeting the right, therapeutic goals that have been set. And then last but not the least, awareness. Awareness. We need to continue to create awareness about the impact of cardiovascular diseases in our populace, the increasing burden, and the fact that we need to put in a lot of nationwide public health campaigns to raise awareness and deal with these challenges on a daily basis. Then the screening, increasing screening, which is ECG screening, that helps us pick these cases early. As we did note, the diagnosis is a problem, but again, late referrals. With ECG screening, we can fix this problem. So there's a need to screen more medium to high-risk cardiovascular patients and refer them for specialist care. Next slide, please. So what we are saying is, as ECPR, we are doing some of these things already. We are beginning by creating ECG screening points. Again, like I did mention, we are offering free screening, ECG screening at our stand outside. We'll be doing this as well in the communities with our selected retail pharmacies, so please watch out for this initiative. We are also doing partnering with our cardiologists for timely interpretation and the right referrals, as well as bridging the gap for easy referral. We are continuing to drive awareness and also support in terms of follow-up care. So this is a referral pathway that says that once you visit our screening points, if there are any abnormal ECGs, we call in the different interventionists to confirm the indication for a pacemaker or otherwise, and then the right referrals are done to the referral facilities, such as the National Cardiothoracic Center or UGMC, and the right therapies are put in place. And then the patient lives and everyone is happy. Next slide, please. So what are we highlighting here? We're saying that when it comes to these referrals, in your daily practice, as a GP, as a physician specialist, as a diabetologist, these are some of the questions you need to ask. Is my patient's heart too slow to sustain daily activity? In that case, there's a risk of suspected or symptomatic bradycardia. Please assess them and refer them for a pacemaker. Is my patient's heart at risk of is my patient at risk of deadly fast rhythm? Again, there's opportunity for a referral to reduce the risk of a sudden cardiac arrest. Then, is there an opportunity for my patient to benefit from patients from weak hearts? In that case, we can refer them for a CRT referral as well. So, I mean, these are markers, but we appreciate that these are things that you are familiar with. Here we have a number of referral centers, cardiac centers for referral. So particularly for pacemaker implants, we have the National Cardiothoracic Center, we have UGMC in Accra, we have the Bank Hospital, 37, and a few others. IMA, Confanoche, I'm even told Tamale does these implants. But we need to expand. Currently, just a few regional centers have these things happening. Heart diseases is not related to just the city centers, all right? Again, for coronary interventions, when it comes to plumbing issues of the heart, we have other referral centers, predominantly in Accra, but we need to continue to make these interventions available in a national character. Then for peripheral vascular interventions, we have a few places that can help with valve processes and vascular interventions. These include Kolebu, of course, Uracare, and then Rochester Specialist Clinic in Laboni. Next slide. And I'm just about rounding up. So as part of all of these, we continue to provide follow-up services in partnership with our partners, particularly Medtronic. You may want to keep some of these numbers or visit our stand to see what support we can give when it comes to managing these devices. So for East Cantonment's Pharmacy, we are excited for what we are doing as a company and for the interventions we are making. We have done a lot. We continue to do more. But our call is simple. To every physician in this hall and beyond, to every institution, we want us to continue to advocate for cardiovascular disease. But more importantly, let the referrals come in, either to our selected retail pharmacies or to the right specialists so that the right interventions will be done. Please kindly visit our exhibition stand outside to your right, where we are offering the ECG screening. I mean, this is a week for you doctors. I'm sure beyond this week, you go back to your regular busy schedules. But let's take care of you this week, and let's continue to drive innovation. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your conference. Wishing you a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, East Cantonment's Pharmacy Limited. Please let's give it up to them once again. Up next, we have Global Holdings to give us a presentation. Global Holdings. Right, if they are not here, can we have EcoBank? EcoBank.
We've got such a beautiful land and our food is the best, so you will never regret. What is the plan? You don't
Okay. Can we have Pharmanova? Global Holdings is here now. Please let's give it up to them as they come. Please let's give it up to them.
One day, one beach, just feel at home. We see you coming from the north to the south. We see you coming from the east to the west.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, our honored doctors. For us, it's a privilege to find ourselves in your midst. This morning, we are here to introduce you to some of our EV vehicles. It's been the talk of town. We are all going green, so we are trying to, as much as possible to contribute to the Earth's longevity. So we are from Global Holdings Limited. We are the official EV distributor for the Ghana Medical Association. We've been doing this for the past few years, and we've our track record is very proven. We've done a lot of deliveries. These cars are, as we speak, in circulation. Most of our members over here who have them have been driving them around and have attested to their quality and the power that it gives them. So this is our negotiated deal for the Ghana Medical Association. First of all, we are offering a lower finance cost for all vehicles that are ordered and purchased from us. We also have flexible payment terms with, we also have flexible payment terms with 3 very big banks in Ghana. That's GCB, that's EcoBank, and that's Access Bank. And these banks give you equity-free, you get equity-free financing when you buy these cars. The keys and the documents are handed over to you when you make the initial payment. We also have lower electricity tariffs for each person that makes a purchase of a vehicle. Normally, when you buy these vehicles, you have a home charging unit in your house that is installed for you. GMA, Global Vehicles, in collaboration with GMA, has been able to sit with the ECG to negotiate for good tariffs for the members of our teams or members of the GMA that buy these vehicles. So when you buy these vehicles, the unit is set up in your home, and then we have a special package in terms of the tariffs. You enjoy lower tariffs as long as you're driving these EV vehicles on the street of our country. So these are samples of some of the EV cars we've delivered so far to our members here. And these are high-range vehicles. There's some Mercedes. There's a normal Toyota range that we have also delivered. As we speak, one of our members is enjoying his Toyota, and then the Benz EQ. Along the way, I think he's going to come over to our stand at the back. You can come over and take a look at it and see how it actually looks, the power that it has, how sleek it is. You can have the opportunity of looking in the interior and looking at the features and other exciting features of the car. Now, these are some of the models that we supply. We have the normal Tesla models. We have the BMWs, the BYDs, the Hondas, the Dongfangs, and the Mercedes and the Toyotas, as you can see up there. These are all very powerful cars. Very good financing for you as well. So these are some of the sample EVs models that we have. Some of them we have them. Some of them are based on you ordering them, and within a matter of 70 days, these vehicles are delivered to you right in Ghana. So this is the installment payment for our selected models, for our junior doctors. You can look at the vehicles and the pricing, the outright payments, and the percentage of equity. We have the loan amount in 72 months, and then the monthly repayment plan. Everything is up there. Like I said, all this information is available on the GMA platforms, the WhatsApp platforms, for both senior and junior doctors, and then the executive teams as well. So information is available. You can have access to it. We encourage all of us to join our various WhatsApp platforms so we can have access to this information and then move on them as soon as possible. Okay, so some may ask, how do I manage these vehicles? Because they're electric. We don't walk to or drive to a filling station to fill it up. So we have, these vehicles come with EV home charging packs where it's installed in your home for you. We have a service team who would come and assess your power structure in the house, install these chargers for you at home. And then we also have special charging stations at selected hospitals across the country. So even if you're on the road, you can pass by these centers and have your vehicles charged. But ultimately, giving it a full charge will give you an advantage to drive around for a while, probably for 5 days or more, if you're not traveling long distances. But even if you're doing a long distance, it's enough to take you for a good 400 kilometers before you charge it again. Right, so we also have 5 charging stations at major highways across some selected parts of the country. And then we also have charging stations for other companies. What we do is that we aggregate the number of cars that different institutions order. So when we order beyond a certain cars, our technical team will come and install these charging stations in your workplace for you, so you can actually charge at home and also have the opportunity of charging your cars when you get to work if you run out. Okay, so we are also, like I said before, we are also working to have a general negotiated deal with the government, so electricity tariffs for EV users in Ghana, especially those who patronize our cars, would have access to this and enjoy these negotiated tariffs. Right, so at the moment we have service centers within Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale, and Tema. We also have available spare parts. And then the most exciting thing is that we have a local team that is assembling these things. We have a team that is trained to be able to take care of all of this, even after sales service and all of that. Like I said, we have a lot of locally trained talent working on these cars, so you should be assured that you're going to get the best care, and you're also supporting the local economy. We also have manufacturers, resident engineers here to look at all your problems and troubleshoot your vehicles for you if any problem arises. And then, of course, we are having a 5% discount for GMA. We're having a discount for GMA on spares and the servicing when you make a purchase. Even though you have an initial 5-year warranty period, you still have a discount on the spares and the servicing, even beyond that. So these are our payment terms. You first make a deposit, a minimum of 30% or higher if you prefer. You continue with a 60-month repayment or shorter period if you also prefer. If you can come up with the money and pay it off, I think it also works for us. Excuse me, please can you? Right, so you can also make the decision of making an outright purchase if you prefer. So people always ask, I mean, it's been a question around. I mean, what's the big deal with EV cars? First of all, it's a cost-saving move. Buying an EV car saves you a lot of cost. You charge your vehicles, you are able to drive for longer periods of time without charging them. And then for every 100 kilometers, you save more than 57 cedis on your wallet. And then you also get a 10-year warranty on your batteries. So you get to keep your batteries for 10 years. We get to service them for you if any issue comes up. And then also, like I said before, we have a 5-year warranty on all the components and our drivetrains. And then, of course, you also help to earn some carbon credit. Right, so thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. We have a stand right at the back. We have a display where you can see all the cars that we have, every other information that you also need. And then we also have our FAQs on your WhatsApp pages, management pages, and all of that. So please, those of us who are not on the pages, let's make it a point to join these pages. All this information, all the details are in there for you to get them. You can also follow up at our stand. Every information that you need, every inquiry, we are ready to attend to you. Thank you very much. And we thank you all for the work you do for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Global Holdings, for that presentation. And just a juicy bit of information that I have for you. There's a 5% discount for everyone who's going to make any purchase at the grounds until the end of the month. So please be advised, I'm definitely going to drive home one electric vehicle. Next, we have EcoBank Limited to do a presentation, and I'll urge all presenters to please stick to the allotted 10 minutes so that we can rush and have the official program underway. Let's give it up for EcoBank as they come and deliver a presentation. What you came for, let it go, let the spirit roll.
Hello, good morning. My name is Felix. I will not take much of your time. I'm with the Consumer Bank. What does Consumer Bank do? Consumer Bank does banking for individuals, what most banks call retail banking. Now, I have 6 slides. We are not going to do a lot, but I'm promising you by the time I leave here, I'm going to let you know that it's very affordable to buy a new car. I'm going to let you know that as of today, it doesn't make financial sense to buy any second-hand car when you can actually buy a new car. Again, by the time I leave here, I'm going to let you know that you'll be able to afford a mortgage by the close of year, and you can own your own home. So just indulge me as I walk you through. Now, before I go ahead, EcoBank is running a promo. We call this a 5-star promo. All we are asking you to do is do a limited or multiples of 400 Ghana cedis deposit into your account, or you take a loan in multiples of 4,000 Ghana cedis. And there are fantastic prizes to be won. There are cash prizes worth over 100,000 Ghana cedis. There are life insurance. There are coupons that will be won at various places. So if you have an EcoBank account, today is the best time for you to start doing the deposit. Or if you need a loan, today is the best time to also apply for a loan. And you will stand a chance of winning. So we are just not taking back from you, but we are also giving back to the society. Okay. So, EcoBank is willing to give you a credit card with a limit as low as 500 Ghana cedis. with and as high as $50,000. Why do you need a credit card? There are misconceptions about credit cards that we don't like debt, credit card is bad and stuff. No problem. Let me change your mind about this. Imagine you wake up one morning, you try starting your vehicle, and the battery decides not to start. You will need to cough up close to 1,500, 2,000 Ghana cedis to buy battery. And we've all been there. There are days of the month that, Chalet, you won't be able to do that. Then you call a friend, and you tell the friend all your story for close to 15 minutes, only your friend to tell you that, I would have done this for you. After not giving you the money, they won't end over there, but they will actually go and call another friend. Do you know that girl that always wear that human hair? She actually asked me for 1,500 cedis. That is bad. Now, this is a loan on a card. We are not asking you to spend it. The loan on the card is you can actually have it, and at your own time you spend it. And the good thing about it is that you have 45 days to pay back. First 30 days is interest-free. Then, the other aspect of it is that you are not obligated to pay everything back after 45 days. You can pay a minimum of 25% of the amount that you took. So, this is a loan on the card. That doesn't mandate you to pay on monthly basis. You just have to keep it. And in case of emergency, you can always rely on that card instead of calling people to ask for 1,000 Ghana cedis here, 5,000 Ghana cedis here. After they're not giving you the money, by the time you get to your workplace, everybody knows that you try borrowing money from Mr. X or Mrs. X. So that's why we do for the EcoBank credit card. If you are scared of debt, we can give you a limit as low as 500 Ghana cedis, which you can keep for emergencies. Or we can go as high as $50,000 if you are someone who really likes debt and you can work with it. If you have a side hustle, this is a product for you. You can actually use the money on this to turn around your business and you end up paying back. So it's a very smooth deal, and we need to change our misconception about credit card, thinking credit card is going to be debt and stuff. It's a very good product that we are willing to give to professionals like you. So just in case you want one, just step outside. You have the first stand and you can talk to you and we'll get you one. Now, our account comes with this benefit. So anytime you open a salary account with us, automatically you will enjoy hospitalization insurance, death, permanent disability, and my screen just went off. Please help me. So these insurance packages come automatically when you open a salary account. And there are various means that which we also will help you in getting this. So it's just not you bringing your money, but there's an added benefits to it. So today, if you don't have an EcoBank salary account, please pass by. Let's get you an account in less than 15 minutes, and we'll get you this, and you enjoy all these benefits. Now, why am I saying today that you can actually get a new car without necessarily going to get a second-hand car? Today, if you want to get a Toyota Corolla, which is a basic car, you are probably going to pay close to 300,000 Ghana cedis. If I tell you there's a vehicle out there that you can pay as low as 280 Ghana cedis, will you believe it? Yes. Now, at 280 Ghana cedis, what will be your monthly repayment? Guess the amount that you're going to pay at the end of the month. You are paying approximately 5,000 Ghana cedis a month for a vehicle. EcoBank has been running this promo for the past 1 year, and we actually have the lowest interest rate at 15%. Now, we are not even asking you to do a down deposit, as other banks will ask that do a down deposit. We are saying we are going to finance the full amount of the vehicle for you. If the vehicle is 500,000, we are paying for the 500,000. We are not asking you to do a down payment. We understand the down payment is always a problem. So we've taken that down payment aside, and we are also giving you that. Apart from that, the car should come with a comprehensive insurance. And if you paid insurance before, it's not cheap. Now, we have negotiated with our insurance partners that you are paying 90 for 100. What does it mean? You pay 90% premium, but you get 100% coverage. Now, that is a 10% discount that we've also taken off. We've partnered with practically every vehicle manufacturer in this country. And some are even offering 20% discount on their spare parts. So just speak to us and we'll make it available for you. Now, on the mortgages. Today, we are in good partnership with State Housing Corporation, and they are providing, and we've negotiated the rates down. State Housing is providing as low as 700,000 Ghana cedis. You get a 2-bedroom apartment in the heart of Adenta. State Housing has buildings all the way around South Sutrenso in Kumasi. So just partner with us. Now, at 700,000 Ghana cedis, you are looking at doing a monthly repayment of 9,000 Ghana cedis a month, which I know is a little bit expensive. But we live in this country that you pay rent. By the time you sleep in the house for 4 nights, the following day is 2 years already, and you need to go pay more. And we all know the deal. There's no landlord who has ever reduced rent before in this country. They've not added paint, they've not added sewage, they've not added anything. By the end of the day, they are going to increase the monthly rental. Now, this is a consistent repayment that you are going to do. And you have 20 years to do this repayment. You do this consistent repayment. Me, if I put 2 people in the same room, one takes a mortgage, one is still renting. In 15 years' time, whatever I'm paying will be less than whoever is renting now, because every landlord we know in this country increases the rent, whether you like it or not. And the worst part of it is that just when you are accustomed to the area, your kids go to school around that area, you are very comfortable in that area, there will be a time that you have the money, you are willing to pay, and they'll tell you that, no, I won't rent to you. Then you have to go around looking for new houses and stuff. So today is the best time to do mortgages. Thank God exchange rates are low. We've reduced our interest rate. We've partnered with almost all the real estate agencies in this country. Just come to us and let's talk, and we'll get you a very nice and beautiful home. If you already have your home, it's also a business. We can use it as a form of rental proceeds. That can even pay down your monthly repayment. So just walk out there, speak to EcoBank, and we'll be grateful to help you. Thank you very much, and God bless the work that you do.
Thank you too very much, EcoBank, for that very wonderful presentation. Up next, we have Famanova to give us their presentation. Can we have you, Famanova? Please let's give it up to him as he comes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on all existing protocols. It's a beautiful day, and this is the day the Lord has made. I would first of all like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to present to you or to speak to you from Atlantic Life Sciences. It's always a privilege to be among distinguished and accomplished professionals in the field of medicine. I am Dennis Brown, pharmacist with Atlantic Life Sciences. As I mentioned, it's a beautiful day, and my presentation, or our presentation, is going to be delivered by none other than our highly esteemed CEO of Atlantic Life Sciences. But before then, I would like to play a video giving you insights into our company and what we are producing now. Can we have the video?
Africa, the need for stronger health systems has never been clearer. As a continent, we face pressing challenges, from antimicrobial resistance to the demand for essential vaccines and the ongoing need for antiretroviral treatment to manage HIV/AIDS. Solving these challenges requires not just medical innovation, but a coordinated continental effort. The African pharmaceutical industry is emerging as a vital pillar of public health, with growing investment in infrastructure, human capital, and regulatory frameworks. African countries are now building the capacity to manufacture medicines for Africans in Africa. One such example is Ghana, home to nearly 40 pharmaceutical manufacturing companies. FDA Ghana has attained Maturity Level 3 status, as recognized by the World Health Organization, making it one of the few African nations with a globally benchmarked regulatory system. Facilities like Atlantic Life Sciences, located in Ghana, are already producing key medicines locally, from large volume parenterals, small volume parenterals, ophthalmic drops, and peritoneal dialysis solutions, to vaccines and inhalational anesthetics. One of our proudest milestones has been the successful production and registration of anti-snake venom serum, a vital antidote saving lives across the region. Our product pipeline includes anti-tetanus serum, diphtheria, hepatitis B, pediatric, and HPV vaccines. all vital to public health and national immunization programs. We are now entering phase 2 of our journey with an investment of $30 million. As part of this expansion, Atlantic will establish the Ceravac facility to scale up combination and live attenuated vaccine production. These include viral vaccines such as measles, rubella, and rotavirus, bacterial vaccines like meningococcal and pneumococcal, combination vaccines like hexavalent and mRNA vaccines. Other biologicals such as anti-tetanus serum will also be produced. We continue to engage in strategic technology transfer partnerships, helping bridge the immunization gap across the region. Vaccines that address Africa's most urgent communicable diseases. The COVID-19 pandemic made it clear no nation is safe until all nations are prepared. During global shortages, Africa's dependence on imported medicines left many without access to critical care. That must never happen again. If any country on this continent has the capacity to produce life-saving medicines, we must recognize and support those efforts as a continental priority. Local production must be matched by local trust and patronage. We call on governments, regulators, development partners, and private sector leaders. Let us build a shared pharmaceutical future, one where no African country is left behind. Let us promote local manufacturing, encourage innovation and transfer of technology, and invest in long-term solutions to our healthcare needs. Africa has the knowledge, Africa has the talent, and Africa has the potential. Together, we can shape a future where life-saving medicines are made on African soil and trusted across the African continent.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite our highly esteemed CEO, Mr. Dhananjay Tripathi, to give us the rest of the presentation.
The Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Kwabena Minta Kondo, the Honorable Professor Dr. Titus Bio, the Board Chairman of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, the Distinguished President of Ghana Medical Association and former Presidents, distinguished medical practitioners, Nana Nom, colleagues from the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before this gathering of medical professionals whose work every day keeps the heart of our nation breathing. I bring you warm greetings from Atlantic Life Sciences and our sister company, Pharma Nova Limited. Let me begin by expressing our deep appreciation to the Ghana Medical Association to give me an opportunity to speak about our contribution to the health system. Over the years, your leadership and advocacy for the quality health care have been the steady hands guiding our nation's health system. Today, as we gather under the theme Strengthening Public-Private Partnership for Sustainable Healthcare Delivery at this 67th AGM of the GMA, I am inspired by the possibilities that lie before us when we work together. The private sector contributes innovation and investment while the public sector ensures oversight and equity. Together, we can build a resilient and sustainable health system. At Atlantic Life Sciences, our mission is to make essential medicines and vaccines accessible, affordable, and proudly made in Ghana. For decades, Ghana imported nearly 70% of its medicines. Today, by God's grace, we are helping change that narrative. We now produce a wide range of infusions, injectables, eye drops, and inhalation anesthetics locally, reducing dependency on imports and strengthening national medicine security. Mr. Chairman, we are especially proud to have produced Ghana's first FDA-registered biological product, anti-snake venom, which has been a milestone, proved that Ghanaian industry can meet world-class standards. Thanks for the guidance and astute leadership of the dynamic CEO of the National Vaccine Institute, Dr. Soji Tete, as well as the diligent acting CEO of the FDA. With our state-of-the-art fill and finish facility, Atlantic Life Sciences is preparing to produce key vaccines, including tetanus diphtheria, HPV, hepatitis birth dose, pneumococcal, hexavalent, measles, rubella, and rotavirus vaccines to support the EPI program. Through collaboration with the EPI, we aim to strengthen immunization coverage nationwide. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, beyond our work in vaccines and injectables, we are constructing a new CGMP-compliant facility under Pharmanova Industries to produce antiretrovirals and new antimalarials like Paramax and antibiotics related to the AMR and other essential medicines. Distinguished members and the GMA members, your support has been central to this progress. When you prescribe made in Ghana products, you uplift local industry, create jobs, and build national confidence. This is my call for all of you. As we look ahead, I make a humble appeal and a request to the CEOs of the teaching hospital, to the regional directors, and to all distinguished medical practitioners across the country. Let us all consciously patronize made in Ghana medicines. Every local prescription supports Ghanaian businesses and strengthens our capacity for self-reliance. Imagine a future where Ghana exports 70% of medicines across the Africa. The partnership between the GMA, Pharmanova, and Atlantic Life Sciences demonstrates what is possible through mutual respect and shared response. I would like to thank all of you for your unwavering commitment and support for the local pharmaceutical industry and Pharmanova Group more than decades. Let us make made in Ghana not just a slogan, but a lasting symbol of excellence and a national pride. Thank you and wish you a successful AGM.
Thank you very much. Please bear with us. As part of the PPP that we are strengthening, these things also need to be done. Very, very important. So next, we'll have Stanbic PLC to give a short presentation, emphasis on short presentation. Stanbic? Okay, then we move to NS Chemist. NS Chemist. Please let's give them a round of applause as they come for their last presentation and we can formally begin proceedings.
Thank you. Good morning. I would also like to stand on all existing protocols and extend our most appreciation from the top directors of NS Chemists to members of GMA. I would say we are proud to associate ourselves with GMA for so much long, and we wouldn't like to give up, but rather strengthen our relationship with GMA going forward, and even at the regional level as well. So at NS Chemist, my presentation will be very brief, because NS Chemist is a household name. Our products are known all over the hospitals, the pharmacies, and even at the chemical shop level. We pride ourselves with quality and affordable medications that we don't joke with. Our products are internationally standardized to meet our local market. And because of that, next year, by the grace of God, NS Chemist will be 40 years in providing quality and affordable medication. The plant is located on the Tema Heavy Industrial Area and occupies about 3.2 acres. I'm also glad to announce that we are here to introduce one of the best manufacturing practice factory soon, somewhere next year, first quarter, that will focus on IV parenterals. Quality, but affordability. So at NS Chemist, we ask, why do you pay more when actually you can even pay less to meet the same quality? Like the CEO of Atlantic Life said, the local product is the future of the economy. So NS Chemist, we pride ourselves with quality. We provide quality but affordable medication. We don't have substandard. So far, close to 40 years of manufacturing, we haven't experienced any issues with FDA in terms of recall, in terms of substandard. We pride ourselves with that. And because of that, we manufacture for some international companies that we used to do. Currently, we are doing for Exeter Pharmaceuticals company. That is a UK-based pharmaceutical company. So some of the therapeutic areas, we have the analgesics, anti-diabetes, anti-hypertensive, anti-malaria, antimicrobials, anti-tussives, vitamins and minerals, especially in our current system where we need to vitalize our system to remain strong. So I wouldn't like to bother so much. This is our third generation cephalosporin. That is ceppodozyme, tablet, and suspension. Because of the time, some institutions like Kwalabu Confanocha Teaching Hospital, UGMC, are trusting this third generation cephalosporin, especially patients who have been put on IV ceftriaxone and are being switched to oral treatment. This is ideal for such patients. It comes in 200 milligrams of the tablet and 40 milligrams per 5 ml of the suspension. So these are some of the clinical studies on otitis media. I wouldn't like to bother you because last year in WHO I spoke about it. I wouldn't like to go details about the clinical studies. And it comes with the references as well that is supporting all the clinical studies. So these are some of the reminders of our product. We have our Nescofa blood tonic, that is iron 3 polymaltose with folic acid and B12. Well known, close to 40 years, especially for your anemic patients. Mala 2, that is our anti-malaria medicine, comes with artemether and lumefantrine. We have Gastron. Gastron is an antacid, especially in the period like this where you are taking the meat, you are taking the drinks. This is your ideal, especially in this season where you have hyperacidity, you have flatulence and all those things. This is the best, heartburn and all those things. It contains the right balance of simeticon, right balance of aluminum, right balance of magnesium hydroxide. Then, just to end, now we have our honey cough. This is a non-sedating cough mixture that is natural base, contain advantage with garlic and other natural things. Like I said, it's non-drowsy, especially for busy working class who don't need to be drowsy while they are going to office. This was considered because of such class of people. So thank you so much. And from NS Chemist, we are handing to every member of GMA a box tissue for your vehicles as well as for your car. As well as for your offices. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, NS Chemist Limited. We will just take a very short rendition from the Winneba Youth Choir so that we can have the formal filing in being led by the president of the Ghana Medical Association. Winneba Youth Choir so that we can have the formal filing in. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We welcome the traditional overlord of the area in which we find ourselves. As Ghanaians, we are steeped in culture, so these are not disruptions, but they are part of the flow that we have. We have a very special performance from the Winneba Youth Choir, and that's how our president will file out. They will welcome them officially to mark the start of proceedings. So Winneba Youth Choir, please go ahead.
Oh,
Thank you very much, Winneba Youth Choir. We'll have the formal procession of the leadership of the Ghana Medical Association with a distinguished guest, and our crave indulgence to be upstanding, even as the president leads the filing in. It's our tradition and it needs to be done. Thank you. Thank you very much. 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 A traditional troop by the filing pass, that means that we've had a formal approval from the president of the Ghana Medical Association to start proceedings.
Right. A very good morning to our Nananom, honorable ministers of state, members of parliament, special guests, colleagues from the medical fraternity, and to all gathered here. Welcome to Cape Coast, the citadel of Ghana's rich cultural and historical heritage. And of course, welcome to the 67th Annual General Conference of the Ghana Medical Association, happening here at the University of Cape Coast. Today marks the official welcome ceremony of a conference that brings together our shared commitment to advancing medical practice, strengthening healthcare delivery, and shaping the future of health in Ghana. I am honored to be the co-host. My name is Eugenia Elikem Lawe, a medical doctor and excellent event compere, and it is an honor and a privilege to be in the same room where veterans and industry giants are seated. I will be co-hosting this with...
My name is Bernard Hammond, the Vice Chair of the Ashanti Division, a licensed bone setter. And, I talk a lot as well.
Right. So now that that is out of the way, we'll begin this event with an opening prayer. And to do us the honors, we have the representative of the Metropolitan Archbishop of Cape Coast in the person of Reverend Joseph Techi. Please let's give him a round of applause as he comes to give us the opening prayer. Please don't stop till he gets the microphone.
Hello. Those of us who can, shall we be upstanding? We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty and ever-living God, to your name be the glory. We thank you, we praise you, we acknowledge you as Lord of our lives. As a nation, Ghana, we thank you for all the good things we enjoy from your providence. We thank you particularly for bringing us together safely. We entrust the program into your care. May the presence of the Holy Spirit be with us to help us to guide this program to a successful end. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend Joseph Techi. He is the representative of the Metropolitan Archbishop of Cape Coast. Please let's give it up to him once again.
A little bird has just whispered to me that as a matter of necessity, this being a national event, it's very crucial and important for us to have the national anthem. So I'll crave your indulgence to be on your feet once more so that we have that. I know you may have forgotten the words, so we'll play it for you. We'll play it for you. Don't worry at all. So please be on your feet and we'll have the national anthem. Once again, I have been corrected. Thank you very much. It's the national pledge. National pledge. My president says it's the national pledge, and it is the national pledge. Okay. Yes.
Go out to serve. Serve Serieyo, Eyasanose, Ama for brothers, Serieyo, Serieyo, Eyasanose, Ama for brothers.
Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats. You are welcome to the 67th Annual General Conference of the Ghana Medical Association with the theme Strengthening Public-Private Partnership for Sustainable Healthcare Delivery. And this is being held in the long-lasting city of Cape Coast. And to acknowledge our dignitaries, I want to start with the Omahin of the Ogwa traditional area, Osaberima Kwesi Ata the second. Nana Pocho Yema Wakwaba. Pocho ya be fienti ya the fantino kakra befra. Pocho say what I say. What I say. You don't want to say. Okay, and also we want to acknowledge especially the Minister of Health, but that's I'm not worthy to do that introduction, so I'll leave it to my boss to come back. He will do that special introduction of the Honorable Minister of Health. So I'll move on next to the Regional Minister of the Central Region, Honorable Eko Penyin Ochri Eduamwa. Honorable, yes sir, you are welcome. Let's give him a round of applause. Next, we want to acknowledge Dr. Alberta Brichum Nyako, who is the Regional Minister of Health Services and also representing the Director General of Health. Let's give her a round of applause. It seems my mouth is moving faster than my brain. Pocho ene minyati, mabre minyati. Pocho onye tea kakra mama ai. Me da wana say. Next, we want to acknowledge the Honorable Minister, Honorable MP, our very own former General Secretary, Honorable Titus Bayo, who also serves as the board chair of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Captain T, you are welcome, sir. Next, we want to also acknowledge Dr. Med Winfred Bar, who is one of us. He's currently the CEO of HEFRA and is the former Assistant General Secretary of the Greater Accra Division. Sir, you are welcome. Next, we are pleased to have in our midst Kimati. Please, let me ask for your apologies because I know I'm going to mess this one. Kimati Kunyehia. I'm sorry. Chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm very, very sorry, sir. I'll come and appease you. Thank you very much. Then I want to introduce my very own boss, Dr. Soji Tete, who is the CEO of the National Vaccine Institute. Thank you, sir.
We also have in our midst Professor Richard Adenu, who is the rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. We have also the WHO country representative for Ghana in the person of Dr. Fiona Braka. Please, let's give it up to her. We have also the immediate past president of the Ghana Physicians and Surgeons Foundation of North America in the person of Dr. Francisca Abanye. We have Dr. Gladys Note Ashite. She is the former Deputy Minister of Health. We have Dr. George Owusu. He happens to be the acting CEO of the Ghana Ambulance Service.
Also, we have Dr. Med Bernard Okoboy, former Minister of Health and Member of Parliament. I should say that he was also my senior. We are in Valco Hall in KNUST, and we used to score his class lots and lots of goals. He would deny it, but I mean, the facts are secret.
We have Dr. Simon Bene, the Western Regional President of the Ghana Veterinary Medical Association.
Also, we have Farm Joseph Achuweme, who is the chairman of PSG Central Region.
We also have in our midst regional directors of health service of the Ghana Health Service. So please, all regional directors, you are duly welcome and acknowledged. Please give us a wave if you are here. Thank you very much. We also have members of the National Executive Council of the Ghana Medical Association.
Please let's give them a round of applause. We also want to acknowledge all fellows of the Ghana Medical Association. Let's give them a round of applause. These men and women have served gallantly for us. Finally, we want to acknowledge every Dr. Med, every Dr. Dent. Without you, our association will not be where we are today. Please give yourself a round of applause.
Again, I want us to acknowledge every other person who isn't in any of the categories mentioned, including the Winneba Youth Choir, our media men, our technical team, everyone else. Please let's give it up to them. They are also a very big part of this event, and we wouldn't be able to go this far without them. Right, so we would like to have a welcome address, the very first welcome address, and to do us the honors, we have the chairperson of the Ghana Medical Association Central Region, in the person of Dr. Med Emmanuel Owusu Ofori.
Before we have that, we want to have the president of the Ghana Medical Association, since he's the chairman of the AGC. He will come in and welcome all our invited guests to this formal event. Let's welcome. He has ceded that to his general secretary. Please let's welcome Dr. Dent Richard Salome.
You know, when you have friends, some friends are very worse than enemies. Abeku is my friend, but he wants me to wear the president's shoes, and just tomorrow they will impeach me before the voting. I've seen his plan. Please, I'm not here to welcome you in the president's name. And the president's shoe sizes, he's a pediatrician. And everything about pediatricians are small. Everything. If there's any pediatrician here who wants to prove anything, we'll go to the side room and prove it. But none of them is courageous enough. So the truth stands that everything about pediatricians is what? Everything about pediatricians. Okay. So I am not the one saying it, but I agree with all of you. So please, Sankofa Yenchi would like to introduce also and acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister of Interior, who is here representing the minister himself, Mr. Ebenezer, Honorable Ebenezer Oklete Telabi. Please, kindly give us a wave of him. And then also our very own sector minister. Somebody said the slim man. The only big man who we are yet to see him having a pot belly. So we will induce one in him today at lunch. And he must tell us why he doesn't have one. He is the MP for Juaboso in the Western North region. And he used to be one of the longest serving ranking members on the Select Committee on Health, and now is our substantive Minister for Health. Please, the clap should be double. Please keep clapping. And I can see Minister smiling, nodding his head. Please clap, no, and yakwa. And I have many witnesses here, including Nana. So after clapping for you like that and thanking you in advance, if we don't hear anything in your speech, Nana, thank you, Nana. Nana said, no what? So thank you very much. You're all welcome. And we believe this will be a great ceremony. We know that there's nothing like a private malaria patient. Neither is there private diarrhea and public diarrhea. And that is why it's important that even though government and the public sector tries to do what they can to help the health sector, it is important that private individuals, corporates, and other organizations chip in to make sure that our health sector sees the best for everybody everywhere in the country. Government cannot do it alone. And that is why we are here today under the theme that Ghana Medical Association has chosen. But before everything else, our father, who is the chairperson of this occasion, who is soon to be immediate past president of the association, but he's still the president of the association. He's calling me. So give me 1 second. The man doesn't like fans. I don't know why. He is the medical superintendent of Bekwai Municipal Hospital, one of the neatest hospitals in the country. Remember, he is also a pediatrician, and therefore, everything about him is, thank you. He has served the association for more than 20 years, from junior doctor's representative to assistant general secretary, to general secretary, to vice president, and then served 2 terms continuously as the president of the association. And he is the honorable chair of today's special occasion. Let's give him a welcome and acknowledge him today. The chain he's wearing is not a small chain. It doesn't have any galamsey gold in there. All right, so our host chairman will come and welcome us. And he's in the person of Dr. Med Emmanuel Ofori. Let's welcome him for a clap of him.
Thank you, Richard, for that wonderful introduction. Nana, permit me to stand on all existing protocols. We are in Ogwa for a reason, and everybody agrees that we have had a wonderful time so far. So, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I trust we have all had an unforgettable time here in Central Region, enjoying not only the stimulating sessions of this year's AGC, but also the famed hospitality and, of course, the great food that this great region has. If anyone is yet to taste our local delicacy posina, you will have a last chance to taste it at the cocktail party this evening. You can't come to Cape Coast and not try posina. So those who have not yet tasted posina, let me know so that at this cocktail party, you'll have one. This year's AGC is particularly special because it has come home to Cape Coast, the city of First. As hosts, we took great care to plan a range of exciting activities along our beautiful beaches and across our scenic tourist destinations. Indeed, our region remains blessed with some of the most visited sites in Ghana. During this year's conference, we also had the privilege of experiencing the breathtaking sights of Asin Kushia, the home of the largest palace in Africa and one of the cleanest towns in our region. Our talent as doctors truly goes beyond the consulting room. For the first time in our AGC history, Ogwa has produced not only 1 but 2 hit songs, Ogwa for a Reason and You Know Go Go, composed by our very own multi-talented obstetrician and gynecologist, Dr. Med Juventus Atta, to commemorate this year's conference. For those who are here to learn the AGC theme songs, kindly take note. The lyrics will be made available to you and so that you can sing it during tomorrow's dinner. So those who don't have the lyrics, we'll post it for you so that you learn it. The dinner will all sing the songs. Last year, our colleagues in Ho set the bar high, but I dare say that Cape Coast has raised it even higher. We began our activities with a beach cleaning exercise, which demonstrated our commitment to public health and environmental stewardship. This was followed by an impactful mentorship program for selected second cycle schools, where we engaged them on sexual and reproductive health, healthy living, and career development. The social events have been nothing short of phenomenal. Our one day, one beach party has lived up to its name. The karaoke night showcased our members' hidden musical talent. The pool party was electric, and the comedy night was also very scintillating. And tonight, we gather once again at Coconut Grove Hotel for a night of drama and laughter, because it will truly be a crime to visit Cape Coast without enjoying
a healthy dose of comedy and theater. Tomorrow we'll crown our efforts with a grand dinner and we'll feature a spectacular performance by our fancy R&B and hip life sensation Kofi Kinata. As we like to say in Cape Coast, what happens in Cape Coast stays in Cape Coast. And believe you me, we own the coast. So whenever you come to Cape Coast, know that we have the coast, that we believe that we are very good at handling these coast activities. Colleagues, I wish you a fruitful deliberation during tomorrow's business session. And on behalf of GMA Central Division, I thank you for making this 67th AGC a memorable one for all. It is finished. Akwaba.
Please, let's make the applause louder. Indeed, it is finished. This is the first time I've seen him in suit. That one too is finished. And thanks for that great speech and welcome to all of us. To also welcome us to the region. You said you own the coast. Be careful. The original minister and the chief are here. Unless you have done what you have to do properly, then you can say that. So to welcome us to his region is the regional minister, Honorable Eko Penyin Ochre Eduamwa. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Please, let's keep clapping till he comes.
Osaberema Dr. Kwesiata II. Ugwewura. Nana, wama mejuma de mama wana akwaba. Wozi juma otsu dama wenya akwaba wenyu wanso wasi yamfebi nka ho. Enye Ghana Medical Association anke yehu akwaba wama nimpene bienda. Na mesa when you are the akwaba, one shana one found cross also, Sabama on so more akwaba. Ain't me a media penna ujomo, or Sabama, me pede me be sa quanja or ho. Usanda crony a while was it? Na metaphor when an asa kakra. I mean, a quanja than canako. Min canina, I'm a saying Viaka, a quanja the wa and chame to Macoro. What I say, Osabama. Dr. Chairman, President of Ghana Medical Association, I have two colleagues here I have to acknowledge. We were in Parliament together. One, we went together, and the other, the minister, I thought he met us in Parliament. And when I decided in 2012, after the election, 2013, after the 2012 election, that I was not going to continue the journey, Honorable Akanda asked me, you look at my age and how this work is. You leave Parliament and nothing else there is for you to do. And so my brother was wondering why I was leaving too early. But I said that we have only one way to enter Parliament, but you have 3 ways to exit Parliament. One, you decide not to go again. Painful though, but it's decent. The other, they will throw you away by voting against you. And then the last one, you may die. And so I decided, I was going to leave anyway. I decided to leave on my own. Thank to God, I'm not dead. My brother, if you're here, we are ready to solve Barbara. Dr. Chairman, the President of Ghana Medical Association, Osaberema Dr. Kwesiata, Nananum, Honorable Minister for Interior, Honorable Minister for Health, an MP for Dwaboso constituency, the Chairman of the African Chamber of Commerce, Director, Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, the Regional Director of Ghana Health Service, representatives of World Health Organization here in present, executive and members of the Ghana Medical Association here in present, distinguished invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the 67th Annual General Conference of the Ghana Medical Association Central Regional Division here at the University of Cape Coast. I wish to first and foremost, on behalf of the Central Regional Coordinating Council and the good people of Central Region, extend our deepest appreciation to the organizers for choosing our region to hold this important gathering of distinguished medical professionals and health stakeholders. Dr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the Annual General Conference of the Ghana Medical Association remains one of the most significant events on the association's calendar. It provides a vital platform for medical professionals to share knowledge, research funding, and innovations that contribute to the advancement of healthcare delivery in the country. Beyond its academic value, the conference also serves as an important forum for policy dialogue, where key issues affecting the health sector are examined and constructive recommendations made to guide national health policy and planning whilst promoting collaboration between the public and private sectors for sustainable health delivery to ensure quality, accessible, and equitable healthcare for this nation. It is for this reason that I find the theme for this year's conference, strengthening public-private partnership for sustainable healthcare delivery, timely and relevant. The NDC government, under the leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, is currently implementing several key initiatives aimed at improving healthcare delivery across the nation. This includes the launch of Ghana Medical Trust Fund, which my brother will have to tell you more about, Muhammad Cares, to support the treatment of chronic non-communicable diseases such as cancer, diabetes, and kidney failure, thereby complementing the National Health Insurance Scheme. The government is also pursuing a policy of free primary health care from the CHIP compound through to the polyclinic level, alongside the construction and completion of modern regional hospitals for all the 16 regional capitals to enhance access to quality health care nationwide. In addition, President Mahama has prioritized the completion of key health infrastructure projects such as the maternity and children block of Komfo Anokye Teaching Hospital, the establishment of modern health facility in Yendi, and the realignment of the University of Ghana Medical Center to strengthen medical training and service delivery. On the international front, Ghana hosted the African Health Sovereignty Summit on 5th August 2025 under the leadership of President Mahama, positioning the country as a regional hub for health collaboration and innovation while partnering with organizations like Mercyship to provide free specialized surgeries and training for local professionals, among many others. As we continue to pursue universal health coverage and improve health outcomes for our citizens, it has become increasingly clear that government alone cannot shoulder the responsibility of providing quality health care. I must say that collaboration between the public and private sector is essential if we are to achieve a sustainable, efficient, and equitable healthcare system. I wish to state that the immense contribution of the private sector, being it from the private clinics and pharmaceutical companies to diagnosis centers and health-focused foundation, whose investment, innovation, and commitment have complemented government effort, is highly acknowledged. It is through such synergies that we can build a resilient healthcare system capable of withstanding present and future challenges. Permit me, Mr. Chairman, to use this opportunity to commend the Ghana Medical Association and all health professionals for your dedication, professionalism, and sacrifices, especially during public health emergencies such as the COVID-19 pandemic, cholera outbreak, influenza pandemic, among others. Your continuous advocacy for better healthcare policies and ethical medical practice has greatly shaped the health landscape of our great nation, Ghana. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Central Regional Coordinating Council, in line with national policy, will continue to work closely with the Ghana Health Service, private hospitals, non-governmental organizations, and faith-based organizations to improve access to health services, upgrade facilities, and enhance human resource capacity. These partnerships have been instrumental in extending healthcare to underserved communities and in improving maternal, child, and emergency healthcare delivery. Dr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate during this conference, I would like to encourage you to explore practical strategies for deepening collaboration between public and private actors, not only in financing and infrastructure development, but also in research, digital health innovation, and preventive health care. It is my hope that the outcomes of your discussion will provide valuable input for shaping policy direction in both the regional and at the national levels. Distinguished participants, I wish to once again welcome you all to the Central Region, the heartbeat of Ghana's history, education, and culture. We hope that beyond your professional engagement, you will take time to experience our hospitality, tourism attraction, and rich heritage. On this note, I wish you fruitful deliberation and a successful conference. Together, let us strengthen partnership for a healthier and more sustainable Ghana. Thank you, and may God continue to bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Please, let's give him one more round of applause. Thank you very much, Honorable Drummond. Permit me to acknowledge the past presidents of the Ghana Medical Association. Please give them a clap. I can see COP, Dr. Med, we see Emim. Please give us a wave. I also see the ever-present Dr. Med Kwabna Poku Eduse, usually called Copa. Some time ago, I mentioned his name and he said, I don't know that man. I said, Copa. I said, oh, sir. And then also, please let me acknowledge the fellows of the association. The fellowship is the highest honor and award conferred on any member for distinguished service to the association, to the profession, and the country at large. Please, let's salute them and give us a wave wherever you are sitting. All the fellows, please. So the young ones will see and acknowledge and learn. Let's also acknowledge Professor Ankobia, please, our IPP, immediate past president. For some reason, it appears all our immediate past presidents lose their hair. Dr. Sribo, please take note. What will happen to you? Let me also acknowledge the council members who are here present. For those who are not members, Ghana Medical Association is run by a hierarchy, and the General Assembly is the most powerful decision-making body in the association. But of course, that meets only once in the year. And the council members are the chairmen we still use the previous administrative regions. And so these are chaired by chairmen or chairpersons for the gender advocates. The way Prof. Ekem is looking at me, I don't like it. For the gender advocates. And they oversee what the National Executive Committee does and provide guidance and governance throughout the year for us. So please, let's acknowledge them. And please, council members, please stand and let's see you. You make everything work. The powerful men and women. And in fact, in addition to the divisional chairs, we have the Junior Doctors Association rep sitting on council. We have the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners president sitting on council, and the president of the Ghana Dental Association as well. You are all duly acknowledged. It's your sacrifices that have kept the association to date. We'll take the first fraternal message from PSG, Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. A rep of the executive secretary, and the current president is here to give us that. Let's receive him with warm applause. He is the Central Divisional Chairperson of PSG. Please, let's keep clapping to the camera. Or else when we prescribe, they will not dispense.
What is the plan? You don't need ever to guess. We are the city of first. You will get what you came for. Let it go, let the spirit roam. You wanna jam? Don't you?
Good morning. We are here to deliver the goodwill message from our national president, who is unable to make it for this important occasion. He extends his sincere apologies. I'm the regional chair in the person of Joseph Wemega. To me, on my left is the Western Regional Chair, and this is our treasurer, Central Regional Treasurer. So I read to you the goodwill message of the national president. President and Chairman of Conference, Minister of Health, doctors and colleagues, health professionals, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the governing board and the entire membership of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, I bring you warm fraternal greetings and congratulations on the occasion of your 2025 Annual General Conference of the Ghana Medical Association. It is a great pleasure to join you this morning in the historic city of Cape Coast, a venue that holds special significance for us in the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, as we also had our maiden edition of the annual general meeting just some few weeks ago, during which new national officers were elected. We therefore share in the spirit of renewal and forward vision that this year's conference embodies. The theme for this conference, Strengthening Public-Private Partnership for Sustainable Health Delivery, is timely and visionary. The evolving demands of our national health system requires that we leverage all available capacities, that is public, private, and professionals, to deliver quality, equitable, and resilient healthcare to the Ghanaian people. No single profession or sector can achieve this alone. The challenges of financing, infrastructure, workforce, and supply chain management demands collective innovation and collaboration. As pharmacists, we deeply appreciate the value of interdisciplinary collaboration with our professional health colleagues. The success of the health system depends on how effectively we work together. That is, doctors, pharmacists, nurses, and other health professionals, to ensure that every patient receives the best possible care based on science, ethics, and compassion. The PHA therefore pledges its continued partnership with the GMA in advancing policies and initiatives that strengthen service delivery, optimize responsible use of medicines, and improve access to essential technologies. Permit me to also commend the outgoing leadership of GMA for their dedicated service and to extend our best wishes to all contestants in your election. We pray for peaceful, transparent, and unifying process that will further consolidate the association's legacy. May this conference inspire renewed collaboration, deeper partnerships, and sustainable progress for Ghana's health sector. Thank you. Long live the GMA and long live the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. Thank you.
One beach, just feel at home. We see you coming from the north to the south.
Shall we make the applaud louder, please? Thank you. I think one important thing he said that caught onto me is teamwork. Teamwork. We all need to work together to make our healthcare the best. Interestingly, though, we We train apart. Doctors are training separately, nurses are training separately, pharmacists are training separately. And we are expected to interestingly work as a team. Maybe we should consider some shared models where we probably work together or do some simulations together. Thank you for that powerful speech. It's the turn of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, and that will be done by my counterpart on the other side, Dr. David Tinkran Chum. You can never separate the nurses from the doctors. If you want proof, ask my president. His wife is a... Okay.
Dr. Chair, before I start, it looks as if doctors are too gentle. You don't do choboy. Choboy! 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 Okay, I'm enjoying you now. Dr. Chair, Honorable Minister for Health, my best friend, Deputy Minister of Interior, keynote speaker, Executive Council of Ghana Medical Association, esteemed colleagues, dear guests, members of the Ghana Medical Association, I've been warned by my president to stick to my script, so I'll do just that. Whatever mistakes that comes out of this speech is mine. And whatever gains in terms of honor that flows from this speech is for my president. So let me start. It is true honor to stand before you today representing my president and the president of Ghana Registered Nurses Association, who doubles as the majority leader of the health sector because she's competent over the largest healthcare workforce. It is well-chosen theme, strengthening public-private partnership for sustainable health delivery. In our rapidly evolving healthcare landscape, the collaboration between public and private sectors has transcended from a luxury to necessity. That said, as chief advocates of the health sector, we must ensure the state does not put profits before health. We face numerous challenges as distinguished cadre of professionals, including limited resources, poor conditions of service, a lack of employment for our trained and certified junior colleagues, leading to burnout, and the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, to mention just a few. These issues demand that we adopt innovative, collaborative strategies by fostering strong partnerships. We can pool our resources, share expertise, and utilize advanced technology, ultimately enhancing our healthcare system. Registered nurses and midwives play a crucial role in these partnerships. We are on the forefront advocating for comprehensive care that is accessible, equitable, and sustainable. Our collective efforts can significantly improve health outcomes, reduce disparities in healthcare, and create a more robust healthcare framework. Let us engage in meaningful discussions explore collaboration opportunities, and commit to an integrated approach that prioritizes the health and the well-being of our communities. Together, we can build a healthcare system that is not only meets the immediate needs of our society, but also safeguards the health of the future generations. Dr. Chair permits me to congratulate the outgoing executives for a good work done for this noble association. And let me reiterate that as you also prepare to elect the next leaders of your association, we encourage you to be mindful of the elements of pushbacks that will weaken the Ghana Medical Association going forward. We stand in solidarity to elect leaders with integrity who will always prioritize the welfare needs of our good doctors and dentists. Many a time, we elect leaders who ends up mortgaging our unions and associations. But I'm very confident, knowing the sort of people you are going to elect people who will distinguish themselves creditably so that it will reflect amply the founding fathers of the Ghana Medical Association. Thank you for having me.
Mind sharp like a scalpel cut clean through the time. GMA in the house, everything on the line. Yo, history deep like the ocean floor. Castles whisper stories that the drums implore. But now we're healing wounds that the past once tore. Well, why for a reason? Should we say
another round of applause to the General Secretary of the JRNMA. And I must put it on record that I disagree with what Dr. Salome said. We should have shared models. No. We don't do shared models with the nurses. Our president is a testimonial. He didn't need to have extra shared models, but he has found his way. And on behalf of the Association of Doctors Married to Nurses, we are following in his stead. Those who got it, they know. Next, we want to invite for a fraternal message from the president of the Medical Superintendents Group. So let's give him a round of applause, even as he comes.
Giving Ghana what it needs.
He's a stalwart. Please acknowledge him.
For a reason. We've got such a beautiful land and our food is the best.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chair, Dr. Frank Kojobechi Sribo, outgoing GMA president, whose battery life is less than 5% as we speak. Chairman, allow me to stand on the existing protocols to say good morning to everybody. Unfortunately, I am not a trade union person. I represent a working group, so I will not say Choboi. It is both an honor and privilege to bring you warm greetings from the Medical Superintendents Group Ghana at this year's AGC of the Ghana Medical Association, of which we are bona fide members. The Medical Superintendents Group is a working group, as I said, made up of heads of all district and municipal and regional hospitals, as well as CHAG facilities and some quasi-government institutions. It is refreshing to note that the outgoing GMA president is our member. So he's my president, I am his president, though he's outgoing. This AGC offers us not only an opportunity to reflect and renew, but also a platform to chart strategic directions for the future of healthcare delivery in Ghana. Dr. Chair, the theme speaks directly to the realities of our health system and the urgent need for collaboration, innovation, and shared responsibility. I must state that no single sector, be it public or private, can on its own meet the complex and evolving health needs of our people. But altogether, through genuine partnerships anchored in trust, accountability, and mutual respect, we can build a resilient and sustainable health system for generations to inherit. As medical superintendents, we stand at the crossroads between policy, practice, administration, and patient care. We see at first hand gaps in infrastructure, financing, and human resources. But we also see the immense potential that exists when public institutions and private entities work hand in hand. We at MSG pledge our commitment to providing the leadership and expertise required to make such collaborations successful. And we believe that with strategic planning, effective regulation, and professional integrity, PPPs can become the cornerstone of sustainable healthcare financing and delivery in Ghana. Finally, my speech is as tall as myself. Dr. Chair, being the only position within the health sector that is absolutely reserved for doctors, I plead and urge whoever succeeds you as president to continue the recognition and inclusiveness that your good self started, and ultimately our dream of making it to the Council of GMA will be realized. Long live the Ghana Medical Association, long live the Medical Superintendents Group, and long live resilient and sustainable healthcare delivery in Ghana. I thank you.
Let's continue on with a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. We receive another fraternal message. I want to acknowledge Dr. Med Franklin Esiedu-Bequin, who is the Director of Public Health, Ghana Health Service. If you are here, sir, please give us. Good. Thank you very much. And also want to acknowledge Mr. Samuel Isifu, who is the President-elect of the FGMSA. He is rising to come and fill the boots of GMA. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Then we have CSIR being present, represented by Dr. Yaya Fram. Please give us a wave. Thank you very much, sir. Then we also take another fraternal message from the president of the Ghana Physicians and Surgeons Foundation of North America. Please, let's give a round of applause even as she comes. Please, let's continue. As she comes, I want to remind you that the voting for the directors of the GMA Fund is ongoing. So please cast your ballot alongside.
Good morning. Please permit me to stand on all existing protocols. First, I want to say akwaba to you all. Ogwaya mifie, owomwaha, so akwaba. Next, I want to say congratulations, Chairman, for 20 years of dedication. No be easy at all, so congratulations. I bid you good morning and hello from Abrochi. I'm the immediate past president of the Ghana Physicians and Surgeons Foundation, actually. The president couldn't make it, so I'm here on his behalf to read a brief message from him. Distinguished leaders, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, and members of the Ghana Medical Association. It is both a privilege and a distinct honor to address this assembly today. On behalf of the Ghana Physicians and Surgeons Foundation of America, I extend our warmest greetings and deep respect for the essential work being undertaken by the Ghana Medical Association in advancing the health of our nation. The focus of this year's conference, Strengthening Public-Private Partnerships for Sustainable Healthcare Delivery in Ghana, is both timely and imperative. Sustainable progress in healthcare requires strategic collaboration. It demands that governmental institutions, private stakeholders, and nonprofit organizations align their strengths toward a unified purpose, ensuring accessible, high-quality healthcare for all citizens of Ghana. As healthcare professionals, we are acutely aware that the challenges before us are complex. From equitable resource distribution and healthcare infrastructure development to continuous professional training and the globalization of medical standards. Addressing these challenges requires not only commitment, but also coordination. The Ghana Physicians and Surgeons Foundation of North America affirms its full and unwavering support for the GMA in these efforts. We are prepared to contribute in every meaningful way through knowledge exchange, capacity building, professional development, and strategic partnerships to help realize the objectives that will emerge from this conference. Our organization remains resolute in its dedication to strengthening the healthcare workforce and retaining medical expertise within Ghana. We believe that when we combine the innovation and expertise of both local and diaspora professionals, we pave the way for a more resilient and sustainable healthcare system. Allow me to commend the leadership of the Ghana Medical Association for convening this essential dialogue. The outcomes of this conference will undoubtedly play a pivotal role in shaping the future of healthcare delivery in Ghana. Together, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to securing a healthier, stronger, and more prosperous future for our nation. Thank you. And that's on behalf of Akwesi Aponsa, who's the current president.
Why for a reason, oh man, yeah. We've got such a beautiful land and our food is the best, so you will never regret.
Thank you very much, Dr. Francisca Abanye. Thank you for that very wonderful speech. Next, we'll take some solidarity messages, and we would like to begin with the World Health Organization. We have the country representative for Ghana here in the person of Dr. Fiona Raka. So please, if you are here, kindly come up stage to give us your solidarity message. Please let's give it up to her. Let's not stop till she gets the microphone.
Such a beautiful land and our food is the best, so you will never regret. Oh, what is a plan you don't need ever to guess?
Good morning. The Honorable Minister of Health, Deputy Minister of Interior, the Regional Minister for Central Region, the President of the Ogwa Traditional Area, President and your Executive of the Ghana Medical Association. I acknowledge all of you in your various capacities. I am delighted to be here with you at the 67th Annual General Conference of the Ghana Medical Association, an enduring platform for professional reflection, policy dialogue, and collective action to advance the health and well-being of the people of Ghana. Through the leadership and engagement of the medical fraternity in clinical care, in policy advice, in education, and public health, you continue to shape the trajectory of Ghana's progress towards universal health coverage and the Sustainable Development Goals. As the World Health Organization, we salute you for your service, for your solidarity that defines the efforts towards a stronger health system in Ghana. The health system in Ghana, like many other countries across the world, is a mixed system of both public and private actors working together to contribute to service delivery, financing, and innovation. In Ghana, 40% of health facilities and more than half of all health consultations in urban areas are delivered by private providers. This underscores the importance of moving beyond coexistence to structured, accountable, and mutually beneficial collaboration between public and private sectors. When properly governed, such partnerships can expand access, can improve quality, foster innovation, and share risks in ways that strengthen resilience and sustainability. There has been progress in engaging the private sector here in Ghana. Ghana has established strong regulatory institutions, the Health Facilities Regulatory Agency, HEFRA, the National Health Insurance Authority, the Pharmacy Council, the Medical and Dental Council, and others that all provide a solid foundation for partnership and accountability. Digitalization efforts in facility registration, the National Health Insurance Scheme, and emerging telemedicine initiatives demonstrate Ghana's readiness to harness technology for efficiency and transparency. And there's growing political commitment to integrate private providers into national initiatives. These initiatives provide, and achievements provide, fertile ground for a new era of health partnerships, one that is guided by common standards, transparent governance, and shared responsibility for results. However, there are challenges, and these include fragmented regulation, inconsistent data reporting, financing constraints, and limited coordination mechanisms that continue to weaken the full potential of public-private collaboration. To overcome these challenges, Ghana may consider a unified health governance framework that clearly defines roles, responsibilities, incentives, and accountability mechanisms for all actors. Sustainable financing and fair contracting arrangements between NHIS and private providers. Enhanced digital integration to ensure that information from private facilities feeds into national health information systems for evidence-based policy making. And trust-building mechanisms, including ethical codes and transparent communication with citizens that ensure equity and uphold the right to health. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, WHO's renewed framework for engaging the private health sector calls for all countries to govern, not ignore the private sector, ensuring that every health actor contributes to public goals. And in Ghana, we are proud to see this principle is progressing, it's in action. So as we look towards 2030 and beyond, let us recognize that universal health coverage will not be achieved by the public sector alone, nor by the private sector in isolation. It will be achieved by co-creation, co-investment, and co-accountability. As WHO, we will continue to support the Ministry of Health, the private providers, faith-based civil society, academia, and professional associations like the Ghana Medical Association in these endeavors through our technical assistance, including for the new private health sector development policy and strategic plan implementation. This conference is a unique opportunity for Ghana's medical professionals to shape a new social compact, one in which every client, every clinic, hospital, health professional, whether public or private, work together for the same national goal, health for all. I wish you all productive deliberations at this annual conference, and I thank you again for the service and the contribution you are all making towards better health for the people of Ghana. I thank you.
Why for a reason? We've got such a beautiful
Thank you
land,
so
and our food is
much,
the best.
Dr. Fiona Braka. Indeed, universal health coverage is not going to be achieved by the private sector alone, neither will it be achieved by the public sector alone, but it is a collaborative effort. Thank you so much once again. Please let's give it up to her.
Now to deliver the conference address, it's I mean, alone here, I said a singular honor. It's our plural honor to invite to the podium our president, Dr. Med Frank Kojo Serebo. Let's give it up for him, even as he comes, walks majestically. Please continue. This may be the last time he mounts this capacity with the 24-karat gold necklace around his neck. President.
Even as I watch you leave, this isn't goodbye. I swear I won't cry, even as tears fill my eyes. I swear I won't cry. Any other girl I'd let you walk away. Any other girl, I'm sure I'd be okay. Tell me what makes a man wanna give you all his heart. Smile when you're around and cry when you're apart. If you know what makes a man wanna love you the way I do, girl, you gotta let me know so I can get over you.
I promise you my speech is very long, but I will make sure you guys don't sleep. Before I start, I will still want you to be up on your feet to observe 1 minute silence for two of our past presidents who passed this year. In fact, one of them has not yet even been buried, and that is Professor Dr. Sir G.W. Brobe, past president and former dean of University School of Medical Sciences, KNUST, and Dr. Edu Abebio. Please, 1 minute silence. Where's my general secretary? He keeps the time always, but his time is something. 1 minute can become like 5 seconds. Yes. So, Selim, you signal me when it is 1 minute. Okay. Well, Selim's time says it's 1 minute. Thank you very much, and may their souls rest in perfect peace. And as usual, before I start my substantive speech, I would like to quote from the book of Psalms. And this time is Psalms 35, 1 to 3. Contend, Lord, with those who contend with me. Fight against those who fight against me. Take up a shield and armor. Arise and come to my aid. Brandish spear and javelin against those who pursue me. Say to me, I am your salvation. Amen. Honorable Minister of Interior, Honorable Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka, Member of Parliament for the Asawasi constituency, Special Guest of Honor for the 67th Annual General Conference of the Ghana Medical Association, represented by Honorable Ebenezer Oklete Telabi, Deputy Minister for Interior. Osabere Markwesi Atta, the second, Omanhini of Ogwa Traditional Area. Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, Member of Parliament, Dwabosu Constituency, and Minister of Health, my good friend. Good morning. Professor Dr. Honorable Kofi Titus Beyo, Member of Parliament, Lambusie Constituency, and my General Secretary. Mr. Kimati Kunye here, guest of honor and from African Chamber of Commerce, Professor Richard Adanu, the keynote speaker for today's event, and Prof, let me say good thank you for postponing the program for the residents when we requested. We are grateful. Former Minister of Health, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, who I hear he loses all his matches that he plays when he was in the medical school. And former Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Gladys Norte Ashite. Can I see you? Great. Dr. Winfred Barr, CEO of Health Facility Regulatory Authority, he has promised to make my hospital a tertiary hospital. If you can't even make tertiary grade a secondary, we will take it like that. Well, he's taking your powers. Dr. George Kojo Usu, CEO of National Ambulance Service. George, I think you are here. Dr. Soji Tete, CEO of National Vaccine Institute. Former Assistant General Secretary, in fact, former Junior Doctors President, former Assistant General Secretary, former General Secretary, former Vice President of the Ghana Medical Association. Professor Ivy Ekem. Yesterday, Prof said we should be on time. And today we are even more late than before. Next time, don't advise us. We are stubborn. Chief Executive Officer, Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, Dr. Eric Injedu. The Chief Executive Officer, Confano Teaching Hospital, Dr. Park Wisibedu, who also happened to be the Divisional Chairman of the Ghana Medical Association, Ashanti, my mother division. Park, I can see you. Great. Chief Executive Officer, Sunyani Teaching Hospital, Dr. Cardinal Newton, a cardinal who is not a cardinal. The Chief Executive Officer, Tamale Teaching Hospital, Dr. Abubakar Bawa Abdullahi. Where is him? Great, my good friend. I promised you a visit, right? Now that I'm being sacked, the visit will come on. So I'll be in Tamale to see you. The Central Regional Minister, Honorable Eduamwa Ekopenyi Ochre. The Central Regional Director of Health Services, Dr. Alberta Brichum Nyakun, my own classmates, my friend, my mother. Where is she? Alberta. All regional directors of health services, I see plenty of them here. So if I want to mention all of them, I'll be in trouble. The WHO country rep, Dr. Braka. Former Deputy Director General, Professor Dr. Antonio Fosu. And of course, distinguished traditional rulers. The immediate past president of the Ghana Physicians Surgeons Foundation, Francisca Abanye. I'm hoping that next year, even though I won't be president, you still come around, right? Great. Council of the Ghana Medical Association, past presidents and fellows of the Ghana Medical Association. Members of the Ghana Medical Association, I see sister associations also here. What Dr. David Trinkwa didn't say is that he's actually my contact. David, I see you. Distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The National Executive Council extends a warm welcome to our special guest of honor, our keynote speaker, honorable ministers of state, traditional rulers, representatives of our sister associations, the immediate past president of the Ghana Physicians and Surgeons Foundation, and then development partners to this important gathering. On behalf of the National Executive Council, I extend a warm welcome to all fellows of the GMA and to the several distinguished personalities and members of the GMA present. To members of the Central Division who are hosts and organizing committee for this AGC, we are excited to find ourselves in this colorful city of Cape Coast, a city of meaning with superb cultural and linguistic identity, a city of forts and castles, history and emotions. Furthermore, you have made it possible for many of us to have a feel of the Central region through the various tours you organized. We are grateful. Let's give them a hand. Before I continue, this is for your ears only. Please do not mention it anywhere. If I hear you talk about this, you are in trouble. I hold a rare record. I am the first and only president to have served 3 terms. Now, therefore, before any of you calls the constitutional police on me, let me explain. My 3rd term lasted exactly 1 week. You see, this AGM was postponed to the 2nd week of November. And my tenure got an unexpected extension. Some called it scheduling. I prefer to call it overwhelming vote of confidence. And yes, history remember me as the only president who enjoyed a 3rd term. Albeit short, but glorious. Because even as at 3 days ago, I was still signing checks. Let me torpedo my speech the way you expect it to be. It's not how I'm going to do it. That I will start with an appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only right that I acknowledge the individuals and institutions whose unwavering support, guidance, and encouragement have been instrumental throughout my journey and period of service. First and foremost, to my beautiful wife, Henrietta, the lector in tow. She's here. Hetty. She'll be upstanding. And let's clap for her. Thank you very much for being a pillar of spirituality and strength. Your prayers, patience, and constant encouragement have been my anchor and light. I am deeply grateful to you. To Ebenezer Usiemim, COP, Dr. Kwabena Opoku say, the Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, we are always fighting, but we are always making up. And let me say that anytime I call him, if he doesn't pick, he will return the call. And that for me is something that I really appreciate. Dr. Bernardo Koboy, my brother, thank you very much. There are names that I'll mention who probably are not here, but I have to still mention them. One of them is Dr. Anthony Siasari. He was instrumental in my presidency. My Director General, Dr. Akoria Kaba, even though he's not here. Dr. Patrick Kumar Bwaji, the former Director General of Ghana Health Service. And my good friend, Honorable Abna Oseyasari. Dr. Victor Asaribampo, the CEO of National Health Insurance Authority. I went to him after a few years, he said, President, where are you going? I said, I'm going to the World Medical Association. I said, come, let me give you some per diem. He didn't know that I already taken the per diem from GMA, so. Dr. Lawrence Osei-Tutu, I don't know whether he's here. OT, the John the Baptist. Dr. Richard Salome, my General Secretary. I hope that you would give off your best as you have done to me, to the next president. He has been very immense and very supportive. He's a good General Secretary. Dr. Eric Saponti, I'm a free body, my dear friend and brother. Kwame Deto Fred Adomako Boatin, my regional director, most meetings I'm not there, but he understands. Of course, Dr. Rita Larson Randolph. Ekria, you have suffered in my hands. Alberta, thank you very much for all the support that you've given me throughout these years. I am not done. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Wise Council, mentorship, friendship, and guidance, both calm and turbulent moments, to these people as well. Frida, Nora, Becky, Ernest, Linda, Abeku, Auntie Joe, Aunt Mary, Bernard, and AJ, all of them on the GMA Secretariat. They really made my life comfortable at the Secretariat. Let me acknowledge my family, my mother, my brothers and sister, and of course my wonderful children. One of them is here, Jason, Nas, and Papayao. Nas, let them see that I have a beautiful daughter. You are here. So if I bring her to Professor Uku and you say you won't admit her, I swear, fire will come down on you. Onya 25 Global Medical School. Your understanding and sacrifices made it possible for me to serve wholeheartedly. To my friends who have been a source of strength and encouragement in countless ways, I appreciate you deeply. The National Executive Council of the Ghana Medical Association, I am grateful to you. And of course, to our partners and corporate supporters, Rush, Products Ghana Limited, Trillium, I hope I didn't say what Richard wanted me to say. The staff and management of Bekwai Municipal Hospital, Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, Global Holdings, they are here. Those of you who are interested in the electronic vehicles, you can go and see them. Electric vehicles, so that you can drive a few. Synlab, MTUN, Marwin Events, Stanbic Bank, Enterprise Insurance. Thank you very much for your wonderful collaboration. In fact, to everyone who in diverse ways contributed to making my time of service a success, whether through advice, encouragement, prayers, or quiet acts of kindness, I say a heartfelt thank you. This list, though long, is by no means exhaustive. Each of you has played an important part in this journey, and I remain forever grateful. God richly bless you all. Now, let me inflate the actual speech on you. Like I've told you, today is the last time I'll get you like this. Next time I'll be seated here and you'll be calling me IPP. So let me touch on the conference theme. The theme for this year's conference is strengthening public-private partnership for sustainable healthcare delivery. But before I continue, let me quote Robert H. Sula, who said, "The only place where your dream becomes impossible is in your own thinking." That is the only place that your dream becomes impossible. We are in times of profound change in healthcare. Life expectancy is increasing. Patient expectations are rising. Health literacy is spreading faster than ever before. Our nation stands as a crossroads as we reflect. The minister is up on the Agenda 111 initiative. An ambitious vision to expand access to healthcare across the country. Yet, some of the facilities remain incomplete. Others are still waiting to be brought into operation. Let me also say that it is said that every obstacle becomes an opportunity and every setback a chance for growth. This brings us to the critical question: how do we bring these facilities to life? How do we make them part of a stronger, more sustainable healthcare system? The answer, I believe, lies in partnership, in meaningful collaboration between the public and private sectors. We must see the private sector not as a rival, but a partner in progress. Ladies and gentlemen, public-private partnership is not a CETUS. Those of you who don't know what a CETUS is, a sea monster to be afraid of, but a bridge that connects ambition with action, vision with viability. Let's remember, some periods of time are snatched from us, some are stolen, and some simply slip away. Yet the most shameful loss is the loss due to carelessness. And this is a quote from Seneca. Across developing and emerging economies, PPP have proven their worth, combining public purpose with private sector efficiency, innovation, and investment. They help us to expand infrastructure, strengthen supply chains, and enhance service delivery while maintaining quality and accessibility. In short, PPPs give us a practical, proven path to meeting growing demand without compromising care. Of course, these partnerships are not without challenges. It is not akin to taking a honey bath that keeps your skin nice and smooth. It is sometimes afflicted with inconsistent funding models and fragmented regulations. In some cases, weak governance can undermine even the best initiative. To succeed, we must commit to transparency, accountability, and continuity, and above all, engage healthcare professionals in the planning and the implementation process. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of electronic information management systems, particularly the implementation of the LIMS, appears to be a case of private-public partnership gone wrong. I strongly believe that the transition process could have been managed more effectively. At present, data remains inaccessible to affected health facilities. This has disrupted continuity of care and made referrals unnecessarily cumbersome. Furthermore, several research initiatives that depend on this data have come to a sharp and abrupt halt. To make matters worse, most of our major health facilities lack reliable backup systems. This situation demands urgent intervention. Honorable Minister, I will urge you to take all the necessary steps to restore data across data access and ensure that facilities can fully utilize their own records. The decision that we have currently, which is to source the services from a single vendor, I think is the GAMES one, I believe placed the entire health system on one platform again, risking repeating the mistakes of the past. I think that such centralization increases vulnerability and limits innovation. I thought you would clap for me. It is therefore crucial to open up the space for competition by allowing different facilities to adopt various locally managed registered systems while maintaining strong oversight and interoperability standards under the ministry's supervision. This approach will strengthen resilience, promote accountability, and ensure sustainability in our healthcare information infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, digital technology, data analytics, medical innovation, and transforming how we diagnose, treat, and manage diseases. I believe PPP can help us raise access to these innovations. I will jump portions of the speech. But for PPP to truly succeed, they must ride on the 3 pillars of trust, transparency, and equity. Only then can they fulfill their purpose to deliver quality health care for every citizen without compromise. As we nurture our wit through collaboration and commitment, we can turn potential into progress, intent into action, and make real our collective promise of resilient health systems of well-being for all. The journey towards sustainable healthcare is not one that government can walk alone, but one that the private sector can lead and nor the one that private sector can lead in isolation. It is a shared responsibility. So let us share the responsibility between us and the private sector. I'm sure most members are looking at me thinking I won't touch on the condition of service, so I will do that. So condition of service, which is very crucial. Honorable Minister of Health, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana Medical Association has always believed in dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect. Yet, it is important to state clearly that we still have outstanding issues regarding the implementation of our conditions of service that cannot be swept under the carpet. First among these concerns is the vehicle importation tax waiver. A hard-won provision that recognizes the sacrifice of doctors across the country. Today, that waiver stands suspended without, in our estimation, proper justification, because we believe that even though we are told that the provision was supposed to go to Parliament for ratification, the current government has overwhelming majority in Parliament. There is no way they will take anything to Parliament today that they want to pass that will not pass. And yet we are told that there is no parliamentary approval. Over 187 or so, or 89 members on one side. I think that the minority cannot do anything. So, Mr. Minister, it's important that you do something. Secondly, the government this year has not adjusted the non-basic component of our condition of service. I'm sure most of you know what it is. That's the market premium. This year, it hasn't seen any adjustment. But per our agreement, there should be an annual 8 percentage point adjustment. And this failure, colleagues and minister, is not a technical oversight. It is actually a violation of solemn commitment to the Ghanaian doctor. We must also draw attention to the 13-month salary. Several facilities across the country have refused or neglected to pay. So we call on all of them to ensure that they pay. And even if the minister, you allow them to use their drag account to pay so that we don't go before public health committee, please, let's do it. This one, I know Titus is interested. That's a clinical consultant's allowance. That also stands not addressed. So it's important that we do so and address him. We still have delays and continued failure to post newly trained doctors and dentists. I am hoping that the budget captured them and next week we will see these doctors posted. Because if we permit this situation to evolve into a perpetual crisis, it will undermine both our healthcare system and the morale of our young professionals. Ghana is in urgent need of their services. And it's important that we get them to work. Minister of Health must provide effective, transparent, and lasting solutions without further delay on all these matters that I have raised. It's unacceptable that we will keep them at home when they have gone through rigorous training, national investment, and then, of course, we allow them to idle at home. I have another message for Medical and Dental Council. I don't know whether they are here, but my message is very simple. They have decided that they want to organize exams for doctors who are trained locally. I have said on several platforms, I'm against it. They should be interested in the exams that is written in the medical schools. Join them, make sure that the exams is actually of standard so that we don't have another layer of exams that people will have to come and write after they have gone through medical school because MDC does not trust their competencies. No. They should be interested. That's all we ask them to do. In all these matters, I think that people should not take our patients to be mistaken for fear. Because you cannot scare the son of a cattle rustler with the horn of a bull. I am mindful of the Trojan horse, a cage of our own construction, and so sometimes I refuse to be drawn into the stealth of the tornado. And to some of our members, I've heard the whispers. Those views suggesting that GMA no longer leads the vehicle importation tax waiver because the city had gained grounds. Colleagues, such reasoning is not only dangerous, it's only flawed and also insulting. Our warfare cannot depend on the swings of a currency. So the vehicle importation tax waiver has to come, whether the dollar comes to 1 against the cedi, 1:1 or 1:2 or whatever. To my fellow members of the GMA, let us remain united, resolute, and steadfast. We are not asking for luxury. We are demanding fairness. We are not asking for privilege. We are demanding that we are demanding what we have earned. Our cause is just. Our unity is our greatest weapon. Let us speak with one voice until every clause of our agreement is honored. Let us stand firm and respect until respect replaces rhetoric and action replaces excuses. Now on road traffic accidents in Galamsey. People think I won't talk about Galamsey. I will talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, he who angers you conquers you. When we lose our composure, we cede control. Road traffic accidents in Galamsey have become a chronic national crisis. They bring to us tangible, devastating outcomes. Road traffic accidents in Galamsey continue to ravage our country. These are not mere accidents or economic activities. They are the physical manifestation of society that has lost its collective calm and self-possession. Poor road networks, rotten vehicles on our roads, reckless overtaking and overspeeding, refusal to wear seatbelts, acts of impatience and anger are moments that override the safety for everyone else on the road. The result is not a personal defeat. It is a national catastrophe of needless deaths and injuries. We have become slaves to haste, impatience, and a blatant disregard for the rules that exist to protect us. Galamsey is even an even more profound example. It represents a conquest by short-term greed and desperation over long-term wisdom and calm oversight. The individuals involved are conquered by the immediate lure of money, blinding them to the long-term distraction. As a nation, we are seized by this same short-sightedness, the greed of those who finance it, and the complicit silence and inaction have led to the poisoning of our rivers, the destruction of our fertile lands, and the betrayal of our future generation. We are trading our ultimate source of life, water, and land for transient gold. We have become slaves to the immediate payoff, shackled to the cycle of self-inflicted environmental and social decay. The final damning truth is that we are slaves of our own creation. Ladies and gentlemen, the path to liberation, therefore, must begin within. It requires a national recommitment to the principles of calm, to the authority of the law, and the strength of discipline. I'm happy the Deputy Minister for Interior is here. And the power of oversight. Until we master ourselves, we remain conquered by the crisis we have power, but not yet the will to stop. So we need to deal with it. This year is an election year, and a lot has happened, especially on the campaign trail. And I cannot help but talk about it. Tomorrow, the annual general meeting of the association will elect new executives to lead us for the next 2 years. Let our choices be nothing short of prophetic. May the words of the soothsayer to Julius Caesar remind us, beware of the ideas of March. Lest we be deceived by the seductive tongue of a modern-day Medusa. Let us avoid the treadmill leadership, where people run hard but still stay still. On a lighter note, I have listened to some of the campaign messages. And when I hear them, I start to wonder if I did anything at all. You would think that I spent the whole term just taking coffee breaks. But jokes aside, it's a campaign season. People will always have something new to say. But what matters most is that we know the work we have done. And the impact is there for everyone who cares to look. Yesterday, I was reminded that in the last 2 years or so, I have added almost 7,000 Ghana cedis to every single member's salary. And I went back to look at my pay slip and compare, and I realized that, yes, yeah, Juma. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is important that we pause and reflect on the tone and conduct of the campaign we have witnessed. And in some instances, sadly, many of us have observed a level of acrimony, bitterness, and in some instances, personal attacks and character assassination that do not reflect the values we hold dear as an association. This is not who we are. This is not the GMA we have built over the years. Ours have always been an association anchored on respect and professionalism. We cannot allow divisive campaigning and hostility to define our democratic process. If we let this fester, we risk eroding the unity, integrity that we have built over the years. Going forward, we must do better. We must hold ourselves to higher standards of conduct. I am therefore calling the electoral committee to take the lead in reviewing our electoral processes to propose clear, stringent, and transparent measures that will guide future campaigns, so that if you flout that, we will take you out. It's simple. So as you go according to it, if you flout it, you are out. And there is nothing you can do. These measures must ensure that our elections remain fair, credible, conducted in a manner that reflects our shared values and our collective dignity. Equally important, we must begin to rethink the culture of extravagant campaigning. I see some of the campaigns and I'm wondering, where is the money coming from? So, because if you are not careful and you spend so much on this campaign, you come into the association thinking that our 7 million the whole year that we get, we do all kinds of things with it. You want to come and do something with it. Or somebody will finance you. And he who pays the piper calls the tune. So that should also be dealt with fast. We, leadership, should never be undermined by the most lavish display, but simply by the depth of commitment, the clarity of vision, a readiness to serve. We must return to campaigns that are issue-based, respectful, focused. This is for the future of our association. let us remind ourselves that in the end, after every elections, we still remain one family, one GMA. What unites us is far greater than what divides us. Our strength lies not in our individual ambitions, but our collective purpose and values we share. Together, we can uphold the dignity of our association and strengthen the bonds that tie us as colleagues and friends. May the spirit of unity and professionalism continue to guide us. And to everyone, I urge you to give your full support to the Electoral Committee as they work to deliver free, fair, and transparent elections. Let me also take this moment to wish all the candidates the best of luck. Now, to the new leaders who emerge, I offer these words. I may not get the opportunity, but here I'll advise you in open. Leading the GMA is not child's play. There will be moments that feel like walking through a tempest. Times that will test your resolve and shake your confidence. Be prepared, or the storms may consume you like the emotional cancer, leading you into a sea of panic. Attach yourselves to what is spiritually superior, regardless of what others may think or do. Hold fast to your true aspirations, no matter the circumstances. And please, cherish covenant over convenience. Cherish covenants over convenience. When difficult times arise, do not let it destroy you. Instead, it should forge you into better human beings. I will pray for you that you are not caught in the monstrous web of the Dunning-Kruger effect or trapped in the graveyard of sabotage. If you don't have a dictionary, you can Google Dunning-Kruger effect. Be open to new ideas. Remember always that the universe operates in patterns and shapes. Seek to build connections, not corrosions. And this is for the good of the association. So as leaders, please seek to build connections and not corrosions. I'm now going to inflict on you my time with GMA. Since I'm Muamunim, I won't have another opportunity to tell you. So I have to tell you today, so that when you go home, you can reflect. But let me quote. Hear me, Odin, O Father of the gods, as the Norsemen prayed, summoning the shadows and the thread-spinning nuns who ruled the face of men. This Friday, a day named after Frigga, wife of Odin. How many of you marry? But I will explain. It is a state of flourishing and fulfillment achieved not through fleeting pleasure, but through a life of virtue, reason, and purpose. It is not merely about feeling good, but about living well. Living meaningfully, living for something greater than oneself. This is what it actually means. Together with my exceptional team of executives, we have laid an unshakable, granite, solid pathway for the future development of the Ghana Medical Association. A pathway that honors and preserves the foundation laid by our distinguished predecessors. We have not destroyed, but we have built upon dreams once whispered and today lived. Let me assure you, the GMA shall not fail. Indeed, it will not be caught in the maze of haunting monotony. May the candles we lit together continue to burn, and may their gentle flames grow into a blazing inferno of progress. Ladies and gentlemen, GMA has given me countless memories. Experiences too deep for words, too sacred for easy sharing. To attempt to lay them bare will be to reveal to you what can only be understood by those who have walked this path. 22 years ago, I have worked for 24 thereabouts. But 22 years ago, As a young medical officer, I was thrust into the jungle of medical politics. From junior doctors, president, to assistant general secretary, to general secretary, vice president, and ultimately president. Every step was a chapter written in both sweat and conviction. 4 years ago, you entrusted me with the highest office. 2 years later, you renewed that mandate. It was a moment of immense pride, laced with humility and nervousness, for I knew the enormity of the task before me. Leadership, I learned, is judged on a tripod. The first one is that I may disappoint you. The second one is that I may meet your expectations. And the third one is that I may exceed your expectations. As you listen to me today, for the last time as your president, you, the members of the Ghana Medical Association, are the best judges of what I achieved. I did not sleepwalk through this journey. I learned that freedom itself can be a disguised prison if one loses ties of purpose. My vision was clear. My will was steadfast. But the road, oh, the road, was far from smooth. I still remember that Thursday, March 13th, 2014. My wife had gone into labor. With our third and probably the last child. It should have been one of those moments when a husband is by his wife's side, holding hands, sharing every breath, every contraction, every heartbeat of the miracle that was about to happen. But GMA had other plans for me. I was actually on an assignment sanctioned by my president then, that I have to be in Accra for an assignment. So I was far from home. When I received a call that my wife was in labor, a wave of anxiety, me a romantico, so I feel it. A wave of anxiety and helplessness swept over me. I couldn't be there when she needed me most. So from a distance, I reached out to Dr. Lawrence Osei-Tutu. People don't know, right? From 2014, a trusted brother and a friend. And I asked him to help me take my wife to the hospital. Knowing that she was in capable hands, it gave me some relief. But my heart still ached with guilt and longing. The next day, I had no option to abandon post and rush home. Beyond all these personal sacrifices, there were moments in GMA when the house turned upside down and trembled. The seas, where is the seas? They dried for me. But interesting, the rivers rather swelled. The mountains were flooded, but the valleys were spared. Such paradises are the true poetry of leadership. Of course, there were those who also sought to poison the vineyard. But the issue is that what is a vineyard without thorns? If you have a vineyard without thorns, then you don't have a vineyard. And the scripture actually reminds us in Luke 6:26 that woe unto you when everyone speaks well of you. For this is how the ancestors treated the false prophets. Ladies and gentlemen, from the ashes of their actions, I rose with quiet amusement, and I found myself smiling in the memory of it all. Indeed, there were moments of could have been and should have been. But wisdom teaches that not every hill is worth dying on. Let me tell you that I am not a man chasing the fragile dream of perfection. I'm not. I know that leadership is not a position, but an action. And that every pain carried a lesson, and every lesson reshaped me. The past became my teacher, the present my gift, and the future my motivation. I have always believed that we are architects and plastic surgeons of our own destiny, sculpting the form of our future through deliberate action. With this conviction, my team and I, guided by proheresis, a stoic principle of rational choice and moral purpose, achieved remarkable successes. We arranged electric vehicles for doctors, and I'm sure it's still ongoing. We established the Health Mutual Health Fund, transformed the Star Fund into a Tier 3 compliance system. We did a comprehensive facelift of the GMA house. We distributed incubators and phototherapy machines across health facilities in the country. We partnered with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons and Roche to support international medical oncology training. So we have now about 4 of them already, and now we are working with Pfizer to send an additional 2. We enhanced welfare and conditions of service for members. We improved the benefits of the GMA staff. So we are not only thinking of members, but those who work for us. There were vehicles we acquired to help us ensure that our operations were smooth. And let me tell you that we have started the GMA Clubhouse project in Sunyani. It's started. These successes were not accidental. They were deliberately chiseled brick by brick with purpose, persistence, and passion. Ladies and gentlemen, believe me when I say you have seen the storms, heard the winds, tasted the air, bent the waves, and ridden the whirlwinds. In all this, I learned to choose my battles with wisdom. I am sure you are aware that heaven and hell, the gates are still open, but none return from them. So I chose not to play a game of pretense. This is not misanthropy. It's the path of the wise. I grew into this role with calm strength, facing the stress of leadership with quiet heart and steady hand. Though whispers from the abyss sometimes paused and murmured, I stood firm, for I knew the way one frames his thought becomes the life one lives. I refused to be defeated by fear. Instead, I found courage to soften the edges of despair and see clearly in the fog of uncertainty. There were times I shouted in silence, reminding myself, you cannot be someone who no longer wants to win. I worked not for approval, but for purpose. Not for applause, but for impact. I refused to live in the prison of excuses. I may not have achieved the greatness of some of our past presidents, those giants and extraordinary gentlemen upon whose shoulders I stood. But I am honored to share the wall of fame with them. For this privilege, I say from the depth of my heart, thank you, members of the Ghana Medical Association. Ladies and gentlemen, Ecclesiastes 3 verse 1 says, there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heaven. So, I say to you, my time is done. My season has faded. The sun sets on my chapter. My heart and mind are ready to rest. I return to the theater of normal life, where purpose continues, but the stage changes. If I am to be remembered, let it be said, he descended into the bowels of hell for GMA. That is how I want you to remember me. I stood by my conscience. I was not seduced by the noise of popular opinion. I fought for GMA. I fought for you. I fought for me. I bled for GMA. I bled for you. I bled for me. And yet, I lived in the comfort of my inner fortress. Bema Ebeyebi, man has done his part. May the next generation take the torch. May the fire never die. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you've heard me talk plenty. You may ask, what is the conclusion of the matter? So therefore, let me quote Ecclesiastes 12, 13 to 14. Now, all that has been heard, here is the conclusion of the matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the duty of all mankind. For God will bring every deed into judgment, including hidden things, whether it is good or evil. Nagode, Akwe, Oyiwadon, gracias, obrigado. Thank you very much.
I watch you leave. This is
Let's all be up and standing.
I swear I won't cry. Even
Let's keep clapping, let's keep clapping, let's keep clapping.
I swear I won't cry. Any other girl I'd let you walk away. Any other girl I'm sure I'd be okay. Tell me what makes a man wanna give you all his heart. Smile when you're around and cry when you're apart. If you know what makes a man wanna love you the way I do, girl, you gotta let me know so I can get over you. What makes us so bright? Is it the sound of a laugh, that look in her eyes? When
For all the times
decide she is the dream that you see,
let's keep clapping for
that
them.
falls in your life.
Thank you for all the sacrifices.
You were by the side, no matter who was wrong. When you get on your knees, if that would bring her home. Tell me what makes a man wanna give you all his heart.
Wow. You definitely agree with me. That was a powerful speech, touching on so many things and revealing the romantic side of Mr. President, the firebrand side of Mr. President, the history and everything. But one thing stands true, that it's only in unity that GMA will stand and continue to stand as the foremost union in Ghana. I know GRNMA will be nodding his head, but we are older than them, and we are still stronger. He said a lot, and I believe we've all taken one or two things from there. And Mr. President, you said the stage is changing. I don't know whether you are trying to indicate to us that you are going to become a pastor. But for me, I can sing. Please, this is not an audition. Please, I beg you. I can sing and I can count the money. You do the preaching. Mrs. will be also for me. But let me count the money. You notice President over the years gradually has moved into a lot of quotations when he's speaking. Those of you have observed. And so I wouldn't be surprised that the next stage is not another political appointment, but you see him doing, praise the Lord. Thank you very much. We would hear from our sector minister because he has something urgent to attend to. And I've introduced him already, but those of you who did not hear, he is the MP for Juabuso, the former ranking member on the Select Committee of Health, and currently our sector minister. Please, shall we receive him with a big, 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 rousing round of applause. I know he's coming to give us some juicy things. If not, he will clap all the claps that you clap for him. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, MC. That was indeed a powerful speech and an emotional one, especially at the tail end of my friend and brother, Dr. Frank Srebo. We did back when I was the ranking member on health. We've made a lot of trips together. we agree on certain things and disagree on others. But one thing is clear, we've always shown mutual respect to each other. The representative of the Interior Minister, who is the Deputy Minister for Interior, my brother, Honorable Tel Labi, the President of Ogwa Traditional Area, Sabarema Dr. Kwesi Atta II. The keynote speaker, Rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, Professor Danu, the President and Executive of the Ghana Medical Association, distinguished doctors and health professionals, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor to join you at this year's annual general meeting of the Ghana Medical Association, the foremost professional body representing the conscience, competence, and commitment of our nation's medical fraternity. I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and from the entire Ministry of Health. This gathering is not only a time for reflection, it is a reaffirmation of our shared mission to heal, to serve, and to advance the well-being of our people. As we know, the medical doctors form the backbone of our health system. Currently, the Medical and Dental Council has about 13,700 medical doctors and dentists in its register. About 17%, almost 1 out of every 5 of these practitioners are in the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year's meeting, strengthening public-private partnership for sustainable healthcare delivery, could not be more fitting. It reflects a truth that is central to our success, that no single actor, whether public or private, can achieve sustainable health outcomes alone. Our vision of universal health coverage depends on the strength of our partnership between government and professionals, between policy and practice, between innovation and compassion. Ladies and gentlemen, the private sector has always been an indispensable partner in our national health architecture. From mission hospitals and private clinics to research institutions, pharmaceutical companies, private health training institutions, and medical technology solutions, the private health sector complements public effort, extends access, and enriches innovation. As a government, we are committed to deepening these partnerships in ways that are transparent, equitable, mutually beneficial. Currently, the Ministry of Health has a nearly finalized draft private health sector development policy that will ensure better coordination, regulation, and investment in public-private health initiatives. We see the GMA as a central voice in shaping these engagements. In line with this vision, I am pleased to announce that the ministry intends to open up the development of selected, uncompleted health facilities for public-private partnership arrangements. Whilst government remain committed to completing the projects that are ongoing and have been abandoned, we recognize the partnership with credible professional bodies and investors and can accelerate progress, enhance equity, and ensure long-term sustainability. Accordingly, I wish to extend an invitation to the Ghana Medical Association to explore the possibility of taking up some of these facilities, particularly those in strategic locations, under PPP arrangements. Under this framework, the association and its partners could see to the completion, equipping, management of these facilities, whilst government provide the necessary enabling environment and oversight. This approach will not only fast-track infrastructure delivery, but also ensure that these hospitals are operated with the highest standards of professional excellence and efficiency. It will be a practical demonstration of the theme of this conference, public-private hands together for sustainable healthcare delivery. Similarly, in the last quarter, we received expression of interest to set up dialysis centers across the country under PPP arrangement. By partnering with the private sector in this arrangement and for other hospitals and laboratory equipment, we would ensure that regardless of where any Ghanaian is, he or she will have access to quality healthcare as needed. Ladies and gentlemen, it will interest you to know that currently our 6 teaching hospitals alone host about 30% of medical doctors. Whilst we recognize the need for teaching hospitals to be well-staffed, especially with the needed specialists, to achieve universal health coverage, we need to address some of these glaring disparities. Similarly, while Greater Accra and the Ashanti region host about 35% of Ghana's population, the 2 areas host about 64% of the medical doctors. What this means is that the remaining 2/3 of Ghana is served by only 1/3 of the medical doctors. The situation is even worse when we look at some of the rural-urban distributions. To address this and ensure access to quality health care for every Ghanaian, the government has adopted a deliberate policy to decentralize the deployment of qualified doctors directly to the districts, especially in the underserved areas. This is not simply an administrative decision. It's an expression of our commitment to equity. The right to health must not depend on one's geography or income. We are committed to addressing the bottlenecks and providing incentives to pull doctors and other health professionals to the areas where they are needed the most, rather than pushing them away. The ministry counts on the patriotism and the professionalism of our medical practitioners to make this policy succeed. We urge you to see this not as a burden, but as a national call to serve, a demonstration of the highest ideals of your profession. To further expand access, the government is implementing the free primary health care policy. The landmark initiative seeks to remove financial barriers that prevent Ghanaians, especially the poor and vulnerable, from seeking timely medical attention. Primary health care is the bedrock of sustainable health systems. As part of this initiative, government intends to strengthen our disease prevention and health promotion interventions. Here again, we are introducing an initiative to integrate pharmacies, including those in the private sector, as an integral part of the free primary healthcare services delivery mechanism. Ultimately, our goal is to ensure that our healthcare system is people-centered. But to make it work, we need your expertise and your presence in the communities where health needs are greatest. The ministry, therefore, calls on members of the Ghana Medical Association to stand with government in translating this bold policy into meaningful impact. Another cornerstone of our policy reforms is the establishment of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, The fund is designed to support specialist care for non-communicable diseases, including cancers, cardiovascular conditions, chronic kidney diseases. Through this fund, government aims to resource the training of specialist doctors and nurses who will form the foundation of advanced care across the country. We envision a future where Ghanaian in Tamale, Takoradi, or Wa can access the same level of specialist care as one in Accra and Kumasi. To realize this vision, the GMA's partnership is not optional, it is essential. These flagship initiatives will only be successful if medical practitioners have the needed inputs. Here again, the private sector, the pharmaceutical producers will be playing a crucial role to ensure a sustainable supply of essential medicines. As a government, our target is to ensure that we procure at least 50% of drugs from local manufacturers as part of our commitment to the shared growth and prosperity agenda. Distinguished colleagues, the Ministry of Health views the Ghana Medical Association not as a stakeholder to be consulted occasionally, but as a strategic partner in national health policy formulation and implementation. We must build a health system founded on mutual respect, shared accountability, and open dialogue. When policy and practice move in harmony, when government and professionals work together, the result is always better care for our people. The path to sustainable healthcare lies not in silos, but in solidarity. Whether through public-private partnership, professional collaboration, or community partnership, the strength of our health system depends on the unity of purpose that binds all who serve within it. Let us therefore recommit ourselves, government and professionals alike, to the higher calling of service. Let us make this era one of renewed partnership, where every reform is informed by evidence, every policy is grounded in compassion, and every action brings us closer to a Ghana where health is not a privilege, but a right fulfilled. As we look ahead, may we continue to uphold the ideas of excellence, empathy, and equity that define our professions and our nation. Together, we can build a health system that truly serves all, sustainable, accessible, and proudly Ghanaian. On behalf of the Ministry of Health, I thank the Ghana Medical Association for your continued partnership and unwavering services to our people. Before I end this speech, let me attempt to address few issues flowing out of the outgoing president's speech. It is my humble opinion that it is a responsibility of union leaders to constantly collaborate with government, and I've said this on many platforms, to constantly collaborate with government to pursue the interests of union members. And my father said one thing, and I know it's very common in our traditional settings. Se ufudua na kodu dua ne kom na se opese usi a uja ho to forma wasi ufedua ne ho so a wasi, but the risk in one is higher than the other. I will take this opportunity to salute the outgoing executives. Since I took office
as the minister responsible for health, we have worked closely, disagreeing with each other, but as I earlier stated, showing respect to each other. And I'll give examples. One of such issues was the issue of car waiver. When I took office, we met several times trying to find solutions to clear the imported cars by members. At a point in time, some even went into demurrage, but with continued partnership and collaboration, at the end of the day, we had a solution to the matter. And I thank you so very much for that continuous support. Again, the president, in his opinion, thinks that the issue of limbs could have been managed better. I think this is an opportunity and a very big platform for me to highlight some of the issues with regards to limbs. I have said it on several platforms once again, and we have engaged some of you here who are stakeholders, especially the medical superintendent. We have engaged the CEOs. We have engaged all our stakeholders with respect to this LEMS matter. Mr. President, we inherited a system that was awarded on contract somewhere in 2019. The contract sum was around $100 million. LIMS was supposed to connect not less than 950 facilities nationwide. And the contract was supposed to expire in 2022. Sabarima, at the end of the 2022, they had not been able to connect all the 950. So government then extended their contract to 2023. At the end of 2023 again, they had not been able to execute the contract. Government again extended the contract to expire on 31st December 2024. Now, a project that was meant for 3 years has been extended to 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, as at the time we took office in 2025 January, there was no contract because the contract had expired. So it is not about government terminating somebody's contract. The contract had expired. As part of the contract, at every milestone, LIMS was supposed to hand over whatever they had done to government. I hope that everybody here would agree with me that it's unconscionable for any private sector to host the data of patient records or the data of patient records in this country. That was the situation. Government had no access to the data. And I've heard people saying that the servers sits in the ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, you can put the servers in my bedroom. If I don't have administrative access to the servers, it means nothing. So, government didn't have access to our own data. Why did we get here? It is because the software was not for government. It was for the vendor. And before I proceed from there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm giving this explanation because maybe most of you had not had opportunity to understand the issues. Out of the $100 million about 450 out of the 950 of the health facilities had been connected out of the 950. Of course, I agree that some facilities are bigger than others. But then, about 77 million out of the 100 million had been paid to the vendor. Out of the 77 million, some 11 million was allocated to connect 157 health facilities. And the contract was not a pre-financing contract. You execute and you are paid. In this case, the contractor was given this 11 million in advance to connect 157 facilities, and out of the 157 facilities, only 7 was connected. In all this, when we took office, we were willing to sign a maintenance agreement with the vendor. I engaged the vendor in the ministry on not less than 2 times in the ministry, and I engaged him once in New York. So to say that we never gave the vendor an opportunity or to talk to him is also incorrect. Nana, it will interest you to note that when we were ready to sign a maintenance agreement because the software doesn't belong to us, we said that at this point, give us our data before we sign the agreement with you. The condition of the vendor was that we should not mention any data in the agreement. And therefore, he didn't sign. At that point, I was receiving feedback from all of you that the system kept disrupting off and on. All of you. I sit in the ministry. I don't work at the facilities. But I was getting the feedback from you that the system was being disrupted. As a state, we were left at the mercy of the vendor, apologizing, begging him, oh, Brian, show my why. State, we were begging. We shouldn't have gotten to that level. And so there and then, we took a bold decision that the state cannot continue to beg. So we have to solve the situation. What is the solution? The state must own its own software. And this is exactly what we are doing at the moment. And then again, the state must have a middleware where any vendor can plug in. Mr. President, you said that you criticized the monopoly, and that is exactly what we are doing. For your information, out of the 450 and the emergency we find ourselves in now, we cannot go the long route now. But I can assure you, out of the 950, there's a certain 500 that has not been connected, and that 500 will open it up for those in the sector to bid and connect. I believe, and I agree with you, if we had opened the 450 up, and if one person was behaving this way, maybe you couldn't have held us to ransom as we find ourselves in now. So, ladies and gentlemen, Nana, I had to take a bold decision, and as a minister, to stop begging a vendor, to stop subjecting the country's health records or the country's health to the mercy of a vendor or an individual. That is, for me, not right. So maybe, Mr. President, you could have handled it differently. And opinions are like noses. You own yours, and I have mine. Definitely, yours is different from mine. But from where I sit and the information available to me, I think under the circumstances, that was the best way to resolve the matter. I think I will want to end here, but I will touch on the posting of the medical doctors, as you said. For your information, we have started posting them. And so I think we started long ago. So I believe that in the shortest possible time, they will be at their various. So I thank you so very much for the opportunity to give me this high platform. My doors are always opened. I am willing and ready to listen. Wisdom is not in only one person's head. The ministry is not my personal property. It is for the good people of this country, and I'm willing and ready to work with everybody. Thank you all. Thank you very much, our sector minister. You are assured that your open doors, you need to expand the door. We will keep coming, and I'm sure that you know that we are one of your strongest partners, and we'll continue working with you. We are already pushing and advocating for our young doctors to take up postings, and that's why we've already piloted in Volta the One District, One Doctor initiative, where we mentor them, we secure lands for them, so that some will even farm and get village wives, and they will refuse to move again. And so far, for the few slots led by Dr. Apieje, we started with 2. And when we advertised one, over 25 people applied. It tells you that it's not that doctors don't want to go. Sometimes they just want to be sure that when I'm in trouble, somebody is there to help me. Or when I'm there and I want to leave to do residency, I will be released to go and specialize and come and help. So we are there to support you. We'll partner you and make sure that our medical officers accept the postings. Thank you very much. We'll quickly take a speech from Honorable Ebenezer Oklete Telabi, who is MP for Lower Manya and Deputy Interior Minister. He is doing this on behalf of the Sector Minister for Interior, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak Mohammed. Let's welcome him with a clap.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nana Chairman, the Minister of Health, my colleague, Member of Parliament, the Regional Minister, colleague members of Parliament, the President, Ghana Medical Association, esteemed members of the Ghana Medical Association, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to address this August gathering on behalf of the Minister of Interior, who would have loved to be here, but he's out on an equally important national assignment. I am delighted to join you in Cape Coast for the 67th Annual General Conference of the Ghana Medical Association. The theme, strengthening private partnership for sustainable healthcare delivery, resonates deeply with our government commitment to improving the healthcare infrastructure in the country. On this note, kindly permit me to commend the Minister of Health and Member of Parliament for Dwaboso, my Honorable Akando, for championing the cause of government in this sector. Distinguished guests, as you may be aware, the Ministry of Interior's primary mandate revolves around security and public safety. Yet today, I stand before you to speak of not to speak on law enforcement, but to emphasize a fundamental truth. There can be no national security without health security. The strength of our borders, the peace in our communities, and the resilience of our institutions all rest on the foundation of a healthy population. This year's theme, strengthening public-private partnership for sustainable healthcare, is not just timely, it is urgent. Ghana has made commendable strides in healthcare. Notable among them is the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, popularly known as the Minister mentioned. But as it stands now, Ghana is at a crossroads. Rising population, urbanization, the rise in non-communicable diseases, new diseases emerging as a result of climate change. The lingering lessons of pandemics remind us that government cannot bear the burden alone. The private sector is not just a partner, it is a strategic necessity. Let me be clear here. PPPs are not about privatization. They are about shared responsibility. They are about leveraging the efficiency, innovation, and capital of the private sector while upholding public sector's commitment to equity, accessibility, and accountability. Consider this. The Ministry of Interior oversees disaster response and emergency services. When there's a cholera outbreak, when road traffic injuries overwhelm our hospitals, the first responders are you, the healthcare professionals. But behind you must stand a system that is resilient, responsive, and adequately resourced. That system cannot be built by government in isolation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed that the collaboration between faith-based hospitals has sustained maternal and child health services in rural areas for decades. But we must do more, and we must do it differently. The foremost thing is that trust must be institutionalized. Too often, PPPs falter. We just heard what the minister said. PPPs falter because of mistrust in the area of procurement transparency, on profit motives, and on quality assurance. Secondly, rural and peri-urban healthcare must be prioritized. The private sector often gravitates towards urban centers. The minister indicated this. But national security comprises when a single outbreak in a remote village spirals into a regional crisis. Thirdly, technology must be the bridge. Telemedicine, electronic health records, and AI-driven diagnostics are no longer futuristic. They are present imperatives. The private sector has capital and expertise. Government has the data and the reach. Together, we can build a national digital health backbone, which I have been informed that the Honorable Minister is actively championing. Finally, doctors must be at the table, not just as service providers, but as architects in the medical space. The Ghana Medical Association must lead in shaping PPP policies. Your insights on clinical governance, workforce distribution, and ethical practice are non-negotiable. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable healthcare is not a slogan. It is a national security imperative. A healthy population is a healthy population. A healthy population is a productive population. A productive population is a stable population. And a stable population is the bedrock of the Ghana we want. To realize the full potential of PPPs, we must address trust, governance, and regulatory frameworks. Clear policies and guidelines will foster an enabling environment for partnerships to thrive. The Ministry of Interior recognizes the critical role healthcare plays in national development and security. A healthy population is more productive, contributing positively to economic growth and stability. We believe that together we can build a resilient, equitable, and sustainable healthcare system. Let us seize this opportunity to create solutions, share best practices, and shape Ghana's healthcare future. To the Ghana Medical Association, lead with courage, collaborate with conviction, and hold us all accountable. Let me also commend the association for advocating for improved healthcare delivery in this country. Your efforts have made a significant contribution to Ghana's progress in healthcare. Together, let us build a healthcare system that does not just treat illness, but prevents insecurity. Long live the Ghana Medical Association. May the good Lord bless our homeland, Ghana. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take a very short, should I say, word of advice and a speech from Nana. Osaberima, Dr. Kwesi Atta II, who is the president of Ogwa Traditional Area. He owns the land that we are holding in this conference. Please, let's be upstanding as Nana makes his way, please. Thank you very much for the reverence. Thank you.
How are you, my bro? Very happy to be here with you this afternoon. I've been sitting here since this morning. I thought I had been forgotten. But suddenly I was called to come here. I'm very happy for happening. At least the first reason that I'm happy is the Winneba Youth Choir. Why do I say that? I was a founding member 25, 26 years ago, and that is why I called the leader here. We haven't met for some time now. I've been with them for quite some time. The second one is that I have attended many such conferences, but I must say that this one is exceptional. The atmosphere, the brotherly atmosphere that permeates this conference is remarkable. We may have our differences, but then we all know we belong to one group, and the aim of the group is to create a better medical or health facility for the people of Ghana. And I think that is the most important thing here. The President, thank you for your speech. It was, you touched every aspect of your tenure of office. But I was wondering, when you were talking to your wife, the atmosphere was so and through. She also didn't laugh. What were you talking about? And my last request, you talked about a pediatrician here who was short or long, tall. Maybe you didn't know. My name starts with Osaberima, then a doctor in between. This is very hall. I was made an honorary doctor. But I have a ruler here. You can bring the pediatrician, I'll go in there and... No, don't worry, I'll come with the result. I'll read everything to you. Is he here? Is there a nurse here? Take the preliminary results and... Now I can read my short speech. Oh, and I stand on the protocol already established. It is with great pleasure and pride that I, on behalf of the Ogwa Traditional Council and the good people of Cape Coast, extend our warm and heartfelt Akwaba to you all. We are truly honored to host the noble men and women who dedicate their lives to healing, restoring hope, and safeguarding the health of our nation. Cape Coast is not only the cradle of education in Ghana, but also a city of rich history, culture, and hospitality. So, if the sea breeze feels unusually refreshing this week, it's because it carries a genuine excitement to have you here with us. Your chosen theme, strengthening public-private partnership for sustainable health delivery, could not have been more timely. The truth is, our collective well-being depends not only on what government can provide, but also on how we harness the strength, innovations, and resources of the private sector. As the saying goes, when the left hand washes the right, both become clean. On that note, I encourage you not only to share great ideas during your season, during your session, but also take a little time to enjoy the warmth of the people, our historic sites, and perhaps a taste of our favorite Fanti Keke. Strictly our energy and not for the prescription purposes. And I was wondering, when you switch on your television these days, there are too many doctors. Everybody calls himself a doctor. And I'm seriously talking about a traditional practitioners. What are we doing with them? Is it possible to get them together and maybe categorize them, make sure that they conform to normal and perhaps a better way of delivering their service? Because everybody calls himself a doctor, and one medicine can heal everything about you. And if we don't take care, we may be getting ourselves into dangerous. So please, if you can take this up, invite them, talk to them, and find a solution for what is happening. So once again, on behalf of Ogwa Traditional Council and the people of Cape Coast, I wish you a successful, fruitful, and a memorable conference. And last, not the least, when Keith and King come from America, are you here? Assistant from the Hi. Hi, man. Thank you, and good.
Please, let's keep clapping for Nana. And please, the invited guests, council members, past presidents, as well as the Fellowship and Commendation Award nominees, kindly join the ministers, Nana, on stage so that we'll take a quick picture and then we'll continue. Please, council members, please kindly join. Council members of the Ghana Medical Association, fellowship award nominees, as well as fellows and past presidents. And please, let's not leave. Okay. Thank you very much. Please, let's get back to our seats as we...
Oh, what is on? We changing the weather. We jamming together and learning together. GMA wave, maintaining the culture. You know go go. 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 Yeah. Yeah. You know go go. Yeah. You know go go. You know go go.
Hello, please, we are not done. We'll soon be awarding our fellows and the commendation awards, please. So please, let's resume our seats, even as some of our dignitaries depart, so we can quickly continue. Write the details down. Charlie, Bumbu may control crowd and bring them back in. Why? Yo, thank you, drummers. Thank you, drummers. Thank you, drummers. Drummers, we thank you. Please, you can stop now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, Nana has some important visitors waiting for him at the palace. And so he says he's begging to take leave of us, but he will be here in spirit with us and leaving some of his men among us to continuously listen and see anything he can partner with us going forward. So Nana, yada wasipi say odi weni monyam abeta yechi. Yami enshira obebre na ontu nkwam. Thank you. Nana Pejanimu. Let's all be upstanding as Nana takes his leave. Thank you very much. Please, let's resume our seats. Yadamasi. Yadamasi. Yadamasi P. Yadamasi P. Please, as you use the washroom, quickly make your way back. And those of you outside, please come back in so that we can continue. All right. I think Nana agreed with me about the pediatrician matter. And so we'll measure and take measurements. I can see the pediatricians denying their professions already. So we'll proceed. COP, you said you have denied yours. Okay, so we'll see you later and measure. All right, thank you very much. I know time is fast spent, but we have to proceed and make good of why we are here. So we'll quickly proceed and listen to a man who is a lawyer. He sits at the bar. Every bar is a bar, so we know. Both in New York and in Ghana. He's a private practitioner, especially focusing on corporate law. He also is the president of the American Chamber of Commerce. What it means is that he represents all the American companies and entities and businesses that operate in Ghana. And he is no other person than lawyer Kimathi Kwenye here. Let's welcome him with a big applause as he comes to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you're the last speaker, usually everybody would have said all the things that you said you wanted to say. And as Dr. Salome has reminded me, you don't give a long speech if people are still waiting for lunch. So I'm going to make 5 points, and then I think we can go for lunch. I'm supposed to speak on how do we strengthen public-private partnerships for sustainable healthcare delivery. But I think the minister gave a robust response of what he thought he could do, the president as well. So when I was thinking about, now that everybody has said what I want to say, what should I say? Then it occurred to me that for 67 years, we can possibly build 6 different hospitals representing one for every 10 years under a PPP system. So I'm thinking, okay, then the first big point is the GMA should have a big vision that maybe in the next decade, they can build a big 6 hospitals using the public-private partnership approach. So that's the first point. Now, the second point is, how do they do that? I'm thinking that after we eat and drink after this conference, we can at least set up a committee. The new incoming can set up a committee that would actively look into setting up these hospitals in the next decade. You could give yourself 10 years, which is 1 hospital every 2 years. And then that committee would look for proper training period for people to train them in order to be able to develop the skills to be able to do that. But we have heard, I think the minister said, procurement is a problem. And so how do we approach it so that we don't have procurement problem? It's interesting that whilst the former minister was sitting down, the new minister was responding to him. So how do we prevent that? So I'm thinking we should approach it with a values-driven approach. What's a values-driven approach to PPP? The first one is integrity. We don't have to use political entrepreneurs to be able to develop our PPP projects. Because then what you would have is that 100 million would be missing in the budget. So we can have a values-driven approach to that. And of course, we all listen to doctors. Even if we can't see their handwriting, we obey them even if the handwriting is not clear. So I'm sure that you would be able to keep your word when the procurements are done. Then the last point that I want to make, so I can wrap this up, is that in many institutions, the association is usually the driver of these PPP matters. And so I would urge the association that if you do drive these matters, our president would not have to issue a litany of challenges which we are facing, because we would be driving the PPA movement, and we would be able to set up a model which we ourselves would use. And so, yes, the GMA has done a lot of work, but maybe this is the time where we can say, can we do just a little bit more? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You learn quickly that the businessmen, they don't talk plenty. They talk money. But the important thing he has mentioned is that we must also begin to look at partnerships with other sectors. And believe you me, we'll note that down and partner you. Probably meet your chamber very soon to explore ways we can partner, especially in the medical tourism and other aspects, so that you can bring in capital to assist. So thank you very much for making it brief. Please, shall we please proceed and sit in so that the keynote speech, which follows this, can proceed. We will be hearing from one of our distinguished members who is a teacher, a trainer, a professor. He straddles many, many fronts, from public health to the female pelvis, because he was an ONG consultant, and then moves into administration, where he now is the rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. He is no other than our beloved Professor, my namesake Richard Adam. The name is not Adanu, it's Adamu, wisdom. Let's clap for him.
Good afternoon to you all, the ones who have been able to stay the course. And it's been a long list of speeches, isn't it? And I'm just wondering, should I do all this, or should I just do a part of it? But then the National Executive Committee asked me to come and asked me to speak. So for those of you who've stayed till this point, you might as well hear what I have to say. So I'm not going to go through any protocol. I mean, the protocols are all gone, isn't it? So now it's we the ordinary people sitting together and hearing some thoughts on public-private partnerships. So it's a great honor to be asked by the National Executive Council of the Ghana Medical Association to be the keynote speaker at this year's annual general conference. I mean, over the past 4 years, I've had the opportunity to work with the GMA leadership on a number of things and to have discussions, especially with the President and General Secretary. Not everything we planned or talked about has materialized. There's some very lofty things and very revolutionary things that we talked about that haven't happened. But one of our first joint projects that we talked about was to establish a medical oncology program at the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. And we've been very successful at that. The GMA leadership brought in Roche Pharmaceuticals and our college together, and these three institutions together designed a program to support the training of medical oncologists in Kenya, so that these doctors, when fully trained, would establish a medical oncology fellowship program in our college. We currently have 4 people at various stages of training, and we are confident that we'll soon have them return to the country and have an established medical oncology program in Ghana. So I wondered that maybe this venture is actually a form of public-private partnership which has been successful. So I could not help wondering whether this influenced the National Executive Committee in their choice of who to deliver the keynote address today. We've had a lot said about public-private partnership from different people. But let me say that public-private partnership is something that has been around with us for a long time. And there's been a lot of talk about it, especially in recent times. I think there is even currently a desk in the Ministry of Finance that advises state-owned companies on this subject. Public-private partnership is generally an endeavor where a government-run entity works together with a private company or individual to ensure good delivery of its services or to execute a part of its mandate. This endeavor that the two parties go into usually has a business component attached to it. When public-private partnerships are run well, the state-owned company is able to deliver good services while making some social or financial gains, and the private company or individual also make a good return on their investment, while also making some social gains. A successful public-private partnership also provides some financial relief to the state-owned company, since the responsibility of capital infusion into the project is now shared with the private entrepreneur. If these are the benefits of such a partnership, one would wonder why we do not have many of them in practice and many which are thriving. There are a number of reasons behind the current situation where there are very few successful public-private partnerships on the ground. One reason for the failure of such partnerships is a desire by government to have full control of certain services, leading to government entities giving potential private entrepreneurs relatively difficult terms of partnership, which do not make good business sense. In some cases, the benefits of the partnership are skewed so much in favor of the government entity that no private individual or company is interested by the proposal. Another reason for failure of such partnerships is corruption. There are cases where public sector workers collude with private individuals or entities to effectively rob state-owned companies of their share of profits from the partnerships. Agreements are entered into in which the state-owned entity benefits very little, only for a later forensic audit to show that staff members of the institution, as well as the private partner, have made great gains from the partnership. If we want to have sustainable healthcare delivery from public-private partnerships, we will need to effectively address the root causes of the failure of these partnerships. Private investment in social services such as health is a high-ranked need today because of the rising cost of needed investments in all sectors. These rising costs make it very clear to us that it is not sustainable for any government to continue funding all services needed by its people. As citizens of any country, we must be concerned about wastage associated with government spending. We must be concerned about corruption and embezzlement of government resources by both political leaders and public sector workers. And we must also be concerned about wrong priorities set by our government, funds being channeled into things that benefit only a small proportion of the population. However, even if we were to effectively address all this, there would still not be enough government funding for all the needed services. It should, however, be noted that public-private partnership is not the same as privatization of government-run services. In public-private partnership, government still retains a significant level of control over how services are delivered, and government also works to protect the citizens from being subjected to service charges which are unaffordable. The government must also ensure that there are reasonable profits for all the parties involved in the partnership. It might sound nice to us as we hear about these responsibilities of government, so that we all agree and say that definitely government must do this and government must do that. The one thing we sometimes forget is that these responsibilities of government are delivered, in most cases, by public sector workers and not directly by politicians. So if we say government needs to do something, what we are saying is that we, the public sector workers, need to do our parts. Because government, I've been looking for that person called government, for the past number of years, and I still haven't seen him or her. But everybody says that government must do it. But government is people like you and I who are public sector workers, and not only the politicians. So as GMA members, we have major concerns about the health sector. Some of our major concerns are the needs for quality health care, easy access to healthcare services for all people, and good health outcomes for all people. We are also concerned about receiving adequate remuneration for our services and about our career progression. The type of public-private partnership that we would like to see in Ghana's health sector must address all these concerns. So let us look at some examples of areas where we can have, or probably even already have, public-private partnerships in health. In the area of imaging and laboratory services, a very high amount of capital is needed to get the appropriate equipment and reagents for service delivery. It's possible for a public hospital to enter into different types of agreements with private entrepreneurs so that equipment and reagents are procured for the hospital while the service is delivered at a fee. At another extreme, there could be complete public health facility development and equipping by private entrepreneurs so that they recoup their investment with a good profit margin as the service runs. On a smaller scale, this could also be refurbishment and equipping of a unit within the hospital. The question that these examples raise is what would make a private company choose to do any of these? Why should this be done if the fees charged are so highly regulated that the business investment does not make sense? Why should this be done by a private person or company if the investment into government business is not treated differently from investment into personal business? To strengthen public-private partnerships for sustainable healthcare delivery, we must have a system whereby public individuals and companies that invest in government business get their investments converted into tax relief. Many of us sit down and talk about the Bill Gates and the Warren Buffetts of this world and how much money they pump into Africa. And sometimes we talk about them as if these are extremely kind people. Well, I want to tell you that neither Bill Gates nor Warren Buffett is any kinder than the average human being. They are not pumping this money into Africa and other places because they necessarily love Africans. You see, the American system and the system in parts of Europe, although America does it better, is structured in such a way that if you try to keep all your money to yourself, the government will take it. Even your inheritance, if your parents die and they leave beyond a certain amount of money to you, oh, you are in deep trouble. Because once it crosses a certain point, the amount that the government is going to take from you, you begin to wonder, why was this left to you? So when it comes to death and inheritance, it's better to have your relatives die as Africans. Because in Ghana, if your father leaves you $200 million, you go around saying that I have $200 million in my pocket. If he left that money to you in America, you might walk away with probably only 20 million of it, probably, I don't know the percentages. But beyond a certain level, the government takes it. So then, what do the Warren Buffetts and Bill Gates of this world do? The government tells them that if you take your money and you put that money into certain things, what you have done counts for you as if you've paid tax. So Bill Gates says that I don't want my money to be used to fight the war in Iraq or to go and catch Osama bin Laden somewhere. So I put it into other things. And it's ticked for him as tax. So why should we sit here in Ghana and say that if you put your money into a hospital, we will still tax you the same way as if you use that money to just go out and have a good time? We need investments into government businesses to be converted into tax relief if we really want people to get into public-private partnerships. Strong public-private partnerships cannot exist in a healthcare delivery system where either people have to pay service fees at the point of service delivery or where fees are so regulated that they do not make business sense. We sit in this part of the world where we are not very wealthy, but then if you have a major issue and you want to get actually the best form of care for you, you need to pull a lot of money out of your pocket. I mean, in a wealthier country, a person goes there and insurance covers it. I mean, I had a friend of mine from the US who was telling me about some major eye surgery that she had, which cost so much, but then what she needed to pay was just like about $300 because the rest was picked up by the insurance. An insurance system that reimburses people at a cost that matches what their expenditure is. We need a health insurance system, both public and private, that pays realistic fees for services and where reimbursements are done promptly so that the business aspect of health is addressed. NHIA is doing better now than they used to do in the past, but I still don't think that they are paying realistic market prices for the service being rendered. If that is not happening, we are not going to get any private person getting into this. You put the money in, number one, you are going to be taxed at the same rate. Then you put the money in, and it's going to take you forever because what is being paid for the service being used doesn't return your investment. Now, we can only deliver sustainable healthcare through public-private partnerships if public health facilities open their accounting systems and business management system to the private entrepreneurs who invest in the public health facility. This private investor must be able to see in real time how much money is made as a result of their investment and how the business is managed so that profits are ensured. If the private investor is not happy with our system of business management or not happy with the way the profits are coming through, he or she should be able to call us to a meeting and get that changed. And there must also be a robust external monitoring system set up by the Ministry of Health to ensure that the interests of the facility and that person that we all know called government are also being covered through accounting and the management systems. It mustn't be left just to the facility and the public sector workers there with the private entrepreneur to tell government that this is your profit. I mean, government will be told all kinds of stories because after all, who is government? Somebody needs to protect that interest also. Now, GMA is at a place where we have private practitioners, public sector workers, public sector managers, the GMA membership. I mean, all the top-ranked managers of the health system. I mean, they answer to you, Frank, don't they? I mean, they are there, the public sector managers. And also, there are some very wealthy doctors in our midst. You see, if your concern is GMA to go and haggle and add some money to your pay slip, which is probably for majority of us. There are some people who probably don't even know when their salary doesn't come. They are really wealthy. So we have also amongst us potential funders of public-private partnerships. As GMA, we can start some private-public partnerships which are sustainable but not necessarily capital intensive. The National Executive Committee can facilitate discussions between private hospitals and public hospitals for service delivery. We can have a system where specialist consultants in a public hospital can provide services and maybe even some form of oversight for private facilities in a way that Ghanaians get the best care possible. This will be an improvement in our current locum system, which can be very mercenary sometimes. And Ghanaians, better health care. This is public-private partnership, not capital intensive, but we working together amongst us as doctors. I have suggested to the Private Practitioners Association that we can also explore such partnership for resident training and probably even medical student training. There hasn't been much response to that. Maybe if the National Executive Committee of the GMA took this call up, they would get a better response than I have done. The National Executive Committee can also advocate with our political leadership to effect laws that would permit some of the things that I have suggested that would improve public-private partnership, advocate about the tax relief, the opening of books and all that. Hosting a consultation with people in the business sector who are not doctors might help us to know other things to advocate for. And once the advocacy gains ground, the National Executive Committee can facilitate discussions between the business community and the public sector managers in our membership to set up thriving, capital-intensive public-private partnerships that would deliver quality services, improve access to health care, improve health outcomes, and also aid our career progression and increase our remuneration. If we think more about these things, I'm sure we'll come out with a viable way by which, as GMA, we can promote public-private partnership that would strengthen healthcare delivery in the country. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Prof. I remember once when we were in Parliament to fight some of our battles. And Prof led us. It was one of these med lab and other battles we were fighting. And after Prof spoke, people had raised their hands to aggressively speak. Everybody was flipping their hands up, left, right, this. So Prof spoke. And then Honorable Nana Efriye was like, okay, who else wants to speak? Now no hands were up again. So that's what we call in rap a proper mic drop. Prof always has a way with his speeches, and I'm beginning to think that we should retire him from this rector role quickly so that he gets into politics. He must choose his constituency. We'll do free screening for you, don't worry. Money we can't give you. All right. We are almost at the end, but as an association, any association that does not appreciate the work and effort put in by its members will die eventually. And it's for the same reason that the Ghana Medical Association always and always remembers to reward members who have sacrificed for the association, who have put in work for the association, sacrificed in various ways for the association. And we have 2 awards that we confer on our members. One is the Commendation Award, and the second one is the highest award, which is the Fellowship Award. To be called a fellow is not easy. There are very, very few. You can see the list in the book. And so it's time to award all these gallant men and women who have served our association. And so I'll call on Mr. President to please come forward, and then we'll start with the Commendation Awards to help us give. Salom. Please, on the right, on the left, please. Please, we'll come on to the podium.
such a beautiful land, and our food is the best, so you will never regret.
We'll call a fellow and past president of our association, Dr. Med Kwabna Poku Edusei, to assist us with the first two awards, commendation awards. The first awardee for commendation award is Dr. Dent Cardinal Newton. He was former medical director for Eastern Regional Hospital, currently the CEO of Sunyani Teaching Hospital. He has been an active member, always contributing to the division, and recently donated prime land for us to build our first ever divisional clubhouse in Bono region. During our annual public lecture, he also sponsored, both personally and from the facility level, the community outreach and screening we did for old people and retirees in the region and beyond. It is for this reason Ghana Medical Association confers this commendation award on you today. Let's give him a round of applause. GMA is proud of you. Thank you very much. The second awardee, Dr. Med Isaac Edupoku Enchi. Please, see? He's a very serious man. Serious. Dr. Med Isaac Edupoku Enchi is an ever-present member at all our activities, especially at annual general conferences. Even though he actually is a professional band singer, he provides these services to GMA free of charge, entertaining us at every single annual general conference for free. He has also been a mentor to many young people, especially in the Eastern Division, where he has served as medical superintendent at Nkoko and recently moved as medical superintendent of the Chebi Government Hospital. We recognize your sacrifice for our association and award you this commendation award today. Thank you very much. Serious. Just know that this evening, if you don't perform, the award may be withdrawn. We are proud of your achievements and your contributions to the association. Please, if we don't stop him, this place will be turned into a dance club. All right. Please, we'll invite COP Dr. Med Ebenezer Uzi Emim to help us with the final commendation award. The final recipient, unfortunately, is indisposed at the moment, but he will be represented by Chief Superintendent Nana Kwame in Cancer. Let's receive him for an applause. Dr. Med Samson Oforibuedu In fact, Chief Superintendent Nanapia and Cancer is the in-law of the recipient. He has contributed immensely to HIV management in the country. Was one of the early doctors who were involved in training people, providing education on HIV across the country. In his youthful and strong days, he was an active participant in various divisional activities as well as some national activities, and has also provided mentorship to members at all levels. It is for this reason the association commends you for the great service that you have done to members of the association and beyond. Thank you very much for your service. We hope Chief Supo will soon also be receiving his own personal award soon. Thank you, COP, for doing us the honors. It is the turn of the fellows. This one, the applause, until we finish the applause, should continue. So I would hand over to Dr. Med Gladys Nalomule Lomete to read their citations. We will start from, to help us do the honors is our keynote speaker to give the first two awards. Please let's welcome Professor Danu. Yes. Our first fellowship awardee is Professor Dr. Med Frank Kokroe Ankobia.
Citation for Professor Dr. Med Frank Kokroe Ankobia on the occasion of a fellowship award given to him by the National Executive Council of the Ghana Medical Association at the 67th Annual General Conference. Professor Dr. Med Frank Kokroe Ankobia, you are an accomplished physician, academic, and a leader whose professional life has been deeply connected to the Ghana Medical Association. You are a distinguished physician, an academic with over 3 decades of experience in medical practice, teaching, and leadership. You hold a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST, and a fellowship in obstetrics and gynecology from the Ghana College of Surgeons and the West African College of Surgeons. As an associate professor at KNUST School of Medical Sciences, you are dedicated to shaping the next generation of medical professionals. You teach clinical obstetrics and gynecology, supervise postgraduate students, and have contributed significantly to the development of the curriculum for both medical and nursing students. Your expertise span clinical practice, medical education, and healthcare management, with a strong emphasis on family planning, maternal health, and reproductive medicine. Professor Dr. Med Frank Ankobia, in addition to your academic role, you've had several prestigious positions in healthcare, including consultant obstetrician and gynecologist at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital, CAT. You have been involved in numerous research projects focused on maternal health and contraceptive use, and your work has contributed to improving healthcare standards in Ghana and beyond. A long-serving and dedicated member of the Ghana Medical Association since 1991, you rose through the ranks to serve as Ashanti Division Chairman from 2006 to 2015, National Vice President from 2015 to 2017, and subsequently as National President from 2017 to 2021. Under your presidency, the Ghana Medical Association implemented several transformative projects that strengthened the association's institutional capacity and enhanced the welfare of the members. These initiatives included the introduction of free postgraduate training for GMA members, the establishment of an affordable housing scheme, the acquisition of new official vehicles for the GMA Secretariat, and the development of a residential facility within the GMA house. You also led efforts to secure comprehensive health insurance coverage for members through a partnership with Premier Health Insurance, reflecting your commitment to well-being of the medical fraternity. Your professional journey has been marked by a commitment to excellence in both clinical care and academic leadership, solidifying your reputation as a respected figure in the Ghana medical community. Professor Dr. Med Frank Okuru Ankobia, in recognition of your dedicated service to the medical profession, academia, the Ghana Medical Association, and the people of Ghana, Council this day confers on you its highest honor of Fellow of the Ghana Medical Association. Accept this honor, and with it, all its rights, privileges, and responsibilities.
As night fades out, faded by the sun, 10,000 men stand high on the hill, and our silence as the essence still. 10,000 men trample for the kill, the vultures fly, the wind is high, the warrior fights, the battle of power, the scavengers wait, each man does hate, death is late, the battle of power.
So the next award will go to Dr. Med Soji Tete.
Dr. Soji came with his beautiful wife, who is a member of the association. You can join him. And any others that he came with, please. NVI staff, please, you can also join him.
Citation for Dr. Med Soji Tete on the occasion of a fellowship award given to him by the National Executive Council of the Ghana Medical Association at the 67th Annual General Conference. Dr. Med Soji Tete, you are an accomplished physician and a global health leader with extensive expertise in healthcare quality, patient safety, and strengthening health systems. You hold a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery and a Master of Public Health from the University of Ghana. You are a Fellow of the International Society of Quality in Healthcare and an alumnus of the Harvard Business School Program for Leadership Development. Dr. Med Soji Tete, you are a recognized expert in healthcare quality improvement. Having led the Project 5 Alives initiative in collaboration with the National Catholic Health Service and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which reduced child mortality in over 200 hospitals across Ghana. You continue to influence global health policy through your roles on the boards of the International Society for Quality in Healthcare and at the Nyaho Medical Center. You were a member of the Foundational Interim Council at the University of Health and Allied Sciences, WHO, in the Volta region of Ghana. You were subsequently reappointed to serve on the Substantive University Council. You were also a member of the National Health Insurance Authority Board from 2013 to 2016. You are the founder of the Ubora Quality Institute and a founder and immediate past council chairman, Center for Social Justice. You currently serve as the acting chief executive officer of the National Vaccine Institute, where you are at the forefront of advancing Ghana's local vaccine manufacturing agenda. You are also the vice president for global delivery at the Institute of Healthcare Improvement, where you provide strategic and technical oversight for health system improvement initiatives across sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East. Dr. Med Soji Tete, you are a transformational physician, leader, and healthcare quality expert whose professional journey has been deeply intertwined with the Ghana Medical Association. Over the course of 2 decades, you have played a pivotal role in strengthening the association's governance, advocacy, and visibility, both nationally and internationally. From your early days as a spokesperson for junior doctors at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital in 2004, you distinguished yourself as a persuasive advocate for medical professionals. Your leadership led to the negotiation and successful implementation of a tax waiver on imported vehicles for doctors, an intervention that remains one of the most impactful welfare achievements for the GMA members. You went on to serve as a junior doctor's representative on the National Executive Council in 2005, Assistant General Secretary in 2005, and later, General Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association in 2007. In these roles, you modernized internal communications and deepened member engagement by creating the first digital communication platforms for doctors, transitioning from MSN groups to the GMA Google group, which expanded nationwide. You also established Focus, the association's quarterly socio-medical political magazine, and founded the Ghana Medical Association Health Education and Advocacy Unit, mobilizing over 50 volunteer doctors to deliver public health education through strategic media partnerships. Your leadership gave birth to innovative platforms such as Ask Your Doctor and the Consulting Room, media programs that enhanced public health literacy and strengthened the association's reputation. As Vice President of the Ghana Medical Association in 2011, you served on critical committees, including the Salary Negotiations Committee and the Finance and General Purposes Committee. You provided strategic leadership in the development of the Ghana Medical Association Welfare Policy Document, ensuring sustainable frameworks for member welfare. You have since continued to serve the association by chairing and contributing to high-impact committees, such as the Strategic Planning and Research Committee, where you led the formation of the current 5-year strategic plan, which now guides GMA's operations. At the divisional level, you have been instrumental in strengthening the Volta division of the Ghana Medical Association. You chaired the inaugural Volta Divisional Awards and Dinner Ceremony, moderated the Meet the Candidates sessions twice, and championed constitutional reforms that enabled electronic voting in Ghana Medical Association national elections, an innovation that enhanced inclusivity and transparency. Through visionary leadership, institutional strengthening, and relentless advocacy, you have left an enduring imprint on the Ghana Medical Association. Your service exemplifies the Ghana Medical Association's ideals of professionalism, integrity, and national service, qualities that continue to define your career both within Ghana and across the global health community. Dr. Med Soji Tete, in recognition of your dedicated service to the Ghana Medical Association, the people of Ghana, and to global health, Council on this day confers on you its highest honor of Fellow of the Ghana Medical Association. Accept this honor and with all its rights, privileges, and responsibilities.
Hosa, hosa, ho. Hosa, hosa, ho. As night fades out, faded by the sun,
10,000 men stand high on the hill, and our silence as the air stood still. 10,000 men trample for the kill. The vultures fly, the wind is high, the warrior fights, the battle of power. The scavengers wait, each man there's hate. Death is late, the battle of power. Hosa, hosa, ho. 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 Hosa, hosa, ho.
So we thank Professor Adanu for doing us the honors. Thank you, Prof. For the last award, we'll call on Honorable Professor Dr. Med, Dr. Titus Kofi, Captain T. Bayo, to do us the honors. Please let's receive him with an applause.
The wind is high, the warrior fights, the battle of power. The scavengers.
Please, we want to.
The last but not the least fellowship awardee is Dr. Med Roderick Emil Larson Reindorf. Please, let's receive him with a big applause. He will be accompanied by his lovely wife, the chairperson of our electoral committee and deputy director clinical care, Mrs. Rita Larson.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money.
Citation for Dr. Med Roderick Emil Larson Reindorf on the occasion of a fellowship award given to him by the National Executive Council of the Ghana Medical Association at the 67th Annual General Conference. Dr. Med Roderick Emil Larson Reindorf, you are a proud alumnus of the School of Medical Sciences, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Upon graduating from medical school in February 1996, you completed a one-year housemanship at Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, followed by 2 years as a medical officer in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. In 1999, you began residency in obstetrics and gynecology at CATH, completing the program and earning a fellowship from the West African College of Surgeons in 2006. You are a consultant, obstetric and gynecologist at the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital and a senior lecturer, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, School of Medical Sciences. You hold an MSc in Medical Education, awarded by the University of Swansea and hosted by the University of Ibadan, which has honed your expertise in curriculum development, institutional methods, and assessment strategies. You have offered your expertise in continuing professional education for medical doctors, physician assistants, and midwives spanning districts, regional, and national levels. You also obtained a diploma in project design and management from the University of Liverpool in 2007. You served as an examination officer for 4 years and the head of Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology for 2 years from 2022 to 2024 at KNUST SMS. Your educational philosophy centered on the belief that learning should serve the greater societal good has motivated you to empower learners to develop the knowledge and skills needed to tackle challenges within their communities. In your various capacities as CPD coordinator for CATH, House Officer Training Coordinator, Residency and In-Service Training Coordinator in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, you have led and facilitated the organization of basic and intermediate ultrasound courses, update courses in Syrian section, basic surgical skills, labor management documentation, and conduct of quality maternal mortality audits for residents in training, doctors and midwives practicing in the districts. At KNUST SMS, you have served on several committees, including the committee to realign clinical year courses with curricular objectives. For over a decade, you have been involved in several national service and research initiatives sponsored by organizations such as UNFPH, UNICEF, the Bill and Melinda Gates Institute, and the Guttmacher Institute in collaboration with Ghana Health Service, contributing from the design of the publication stages to these, contributing from the design of the publication stages of these studies in peer-reviewed publication to the end. Some of these surveys include Family Wealth and Health Study, 2012 to 2016, Reproductive Health Essential Commodity Assessment, and Abortion Survey, and then the IMONG study in 2020. As an obstetrician and a woman's health advocate, reducing maternal mortality has always been a priority for you. You were the lead and WHO consultant for the revision of the country's maternal mortality manual and the maternal mortality audit protocol, transitioning it to the maternal death surveillance and response format to reflect the focus on prevention. You actively participated in initiatives to reduce maternal mortality in the district, such as the Millennium Accelerated Framework, and you continue to focus your energies on organizing training sessions aimed at strengthening the clinical decision-making capabilities and surgical skills of health officers and medical officers to ensure that they can practice safely in the districts. In 2011, you were elected to the Ghana Medical and Dental Council Board. Between November 2011 and December 2016, you contributed to the inspection and accreditation of several institutions. You were a member of the Council's CPD committee, and you also served on the Penal Cases Committee, where you played a key role in conflict resolution, successfully resolving numerous cases without escalation to the disciplinary committee. In July 2025, you were nominated, and you currently serve on the Education Committee of the Ghana Medical and Dental Council. In 2020, you chaired the Northern Zone Committee of the Health Facilities and Regulatory Authority, HIFRA, and led regulatory efforts for health facility accreditation and management across the Northern Zone of Ghana. You are a fellow of the Ghana College and the West African College of Physicians and Surgeons, a member of Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and the Ghana Surgical Society. Dr. Med Roderick Lasseridov, you have been an active member of the Ghana Medical Association since you completed medical school. A regular attendant at the AGC of the association, often seen with a big professional camera around your neck. You served as an assistant divisional secretary, Ashanti, from 1997 to 2000, and represented the division at the rep board meetings. In 1998, you fearlessly joined the three-member cadre delegation when others were shying away to meet the then Minister of Health in Accra to demand improvement in working conditions for staff at CAF. You were the youngest member of the team that met with the late Dr. Nuama Donko to negotiate better remuneration for doctors with the subsequent introduction of the famous Additional Duty Hours Allowance, ADHA. At the national level, you chaired a continuous professional development committee from 2009 to 2021. As a chair of the CPD committee, you worked with the team and collaborated with various medical societies to organize CPDs across different specialties in several regions of the country. This was particularly helpful in the early years following the introduction of the policy by the Medical and Dental Council in Ghana. That required that we accrue a specified number of CPD points to renew your license, because at the time, there were no CPD providers, and virtual CPDs were virtually non-existent. Over time, you ensured that the capacity of heads of societies, lead clinicians, and training coordinators were built to be able to register their own CPDs. You chaired the board of the GMA Fund from 2016 to 2022. In the 6 years as chairman, you provided strategic guidance and ensured the effective implementation of the fund's goals. You led the board to revise the fund deeds and regulations, fees and charges to service providers, and negotiated downwards, and the fund saw a six-fold growth. From 2022 to 2025, you also chaired the GMA Housing Development Committee. Beyond lecture halls and labor room, you love to read The Economist, take long walks, take photographs, play golf, listen to Bloomberg News, and classical music. Dr. Med Roderick Emil Lassen Randolph, distinguished teacher, seasoned professional, and amateur photographer. In recognition of your dedicated service to the medical profession, academia, and the Ghana Medical Association, and to the people of Ghana, Council this day confers on you its highest honor of Fellow of the Ghana Medical Association. Accept this honor, and with it, all its rights, privileges, and responsibilities.
As night fades up, faded by the sun, 10,000 men stand high on the hill, and our silence as the air stood still. 10,000 men trample for the kill. The vultures fly, the wind is high, the warrior fights, the battle of power, the scavengers wait, each man there's hate, death is late, the battle of power. Hosa, hosa, ho. Hosa, hosa, ho. Hosa, hosa, ho. Hosa, hosa, ho. Hosa, hosa, ho.
So we'll take some brief remarks from a rep of the fellows and commendation award nominees.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Med Frank Strebo, distinguished colleagues, it is indeed special that my boss and my good friend have asked me to speak on their behalf. If you know how Soji speaks, he dazzles even President Kufuor and Asantehene. So when he gives you such an assignment, then you approach it with trepidation. We are indeed honored and we are very grateful. In fact, one of the honors any man or woman can desire is either from your country or your professional association. And having bestowed on us this highest honor of GMA, we are humbled, and in our hearts we are grateful and it's special. We must remember at this point many people we have worked with over the years. We've served in committees, and as you know, one of the awardees was a former president. We served with committees, and we did not do it alone. Many people supported us. People gave us counsel, different perspectives, and that brought the benefit that I think is modest. We hope this conferment of fellowship, a fellow of Ghana Medical Association, is not signaling a retirement from GMA. I think what we hope to do is to copy the good example. There are good examples in the room. I see the fellows there. My boss who held my hand and sent me to Red Ball meeting in 97, Dr. Opokwadu is here. They are good examples for us to follow and so contribute to GMA. If we don't, then our collective experience of over 90 years would have come to naught. Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, we thank Council, we thank GMA executives, and indeed our entire association for this honor done us. We accept the award with all its rights, privileges, and responsibilities. Thank you. Long live GMA.
Thank you so much, and we celebrate all the awardees and congratulate you on the feat you have achieved. All right. Please, you are reminded that the ongoing voting for the member directors for the GMA fund closes in 8 minutes. So if you have not voted, please check your mail or your text inbox and then vote ASAP. Tomorrow is the voting for the National Executive Committee. So please make sure you vote promptly. We've been ably supported by various partners from Vena Water, EcoBank, Stanbic, Pharmanova, WHO, Stanbic Bank, many partners, media partners, TV3, GTV, GBC, etc. We acknowledge all of you for your support. I have been whispered to that most of the pictures that Dr. Med Larsen Randolph takes is of his beautiful wife. And so that is why he could not upgrade from amateur to professional. Because anytime we ask for other pictures of other members, he does not have it. Please, we will call on Dr. Med Jilak Nimakun to come and give us the vote of thanks as we round up. Let's welcome her with a clap.
Well, why for a reason? Oh, man. We've got such a beautiful land.
It's been a very long but fruitful day, yet we cannot leave here without expressing gratitude to those who deserve it. So kindly permit me to stand on all existing protocols and deliver this very short vote of thanks. Firstly, we thank the Almighty God for making this day possible. Life is important, and He has given it to us in abundance, so we are grateful to Him. To our guest of honor and special guest, we are deeply grateful to you for your presence and your inspiring words. We also want to thank our distinguished speakers, facilitators, panelists, and all our sponsors for collaborating with us on this very august occasion. To the national and local executives of the GMA, we also thank you for your tireless efforts and all the organization that went into this program. To all delegates and members of the GMA, both young and senior, thank you very much for your support. Indeed, you've been in Ogwa for a reason, and we hope that you've had the experience of a lifetime. God bless you, God bless GMA and our dear nation. Amen, and thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Jilak. Please, shall we all be upstanding as we call on Reverend Joseph Techi to close us. But before that, please flip your brochures to page 12, where we would find the physician's pledge. We have been reminded that this is an old tradition that seems to be missed from time to time. So we remind ourselves of the ethics that guides us. So please, we'll all read the physician's pledge together, and then Father will close us. All right. So please, shall we read? As a member of the medical profession, I solemnly pledge to dedicate my life to the service of humanity. Please repeat after me. This is like wedding vows. Repeat after me. But you cannot blame me. Please, let's start all over. We should read it together. Okay. I think we should do that for weddings as well. As a member of the medical profession, I solemnly pledge to dedicate my life to the service of humanity. The health and well-being of my patient will be my first consideration. I will respect the autonomy and dignity of my patient. I will maintain the utmost respect for human life. I will not permit considerations of age, disease, or disability, creed, ethnic origin, gender, nationality, political affiliation, race, sexual orientation, social standing, or any other factor to intervene between my duty and my patient. I will respect the secrets that are confided in me, even after the patient has died. I will practice my profession with conscience and dignity and in accordance with the good medical practice. I will foster the honor and noble traditions of the medical profession. I will give to my teachers, colleagues, and students the respect and gratitude that is their due. I will share my medical knowledge for the benefit of the patient and the advancement of healthcare. I will attend to my own health and well-being and abilities in order to provide care of the highest standard. I think we should repeat this part. I will attend to my own health, well-being, and abilities in order to provide care of the highest standard. I will not use my medical knowledge to violate human rights and civil liberties, even under threat. I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor. Thank you, and may God bless us all. Long live Ghana Medical Association. Thank you very much. Reverend, please.
Praise to the holiest in the height, and in the dead be praised. In all his works, most wonderful, most sure, in all his ways. So our dear Lord is most sure in all his ways. We began the conference with him today, and that's how far he has brought us. He is deserving of our praise. Gracious and mighty God, to your name be the glory. We thank you for how far you have brought us, and we are most grateful to you. As we live here, we are not leaving your presence. May you continue to bless us as we entrust into your care the rest of the programs as outlined. May you continue to bless our intentions and grant us your protection. We make this prayer in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Please, before he came very early and has stayed right through to the end and was taking notes. And we thank you so much. We also thank our online participants who have stayed with us through it all. And thank you all members. We apologize for the delays, but for a good cause. God bless us all. After lunch, we'll return for the GMA Fund AGM. After lunch, we'll all come back for GMA Fund AGM, where we will learn about how our monies are being invested and take important decisions. Thank you very much.
It is finished. Mr. DJ, Wamujumi Bina, Daddy Lumba Bueno, Yedi bet me Meswana Miko. Then you don't know, Daddy Lumba Bueno, Aquanume, Anume, Memreswa, Namiko. Jumanity, baby, I mean, Munjumi, Papa Massamini, Mama Samana Walkeyo. Now I drop it. Jamabuaba, bounce and no on the mashi, chill in there. Musaba, Ubiaka de Jimabinji in there. Mabuaba, bounce and no on the mashi, chill in there. Musaba, Ubiaka de Jimabinji. Someone to a netty beat in the bed. SO beat in the pool. On to a da.